shoulder and he heard the voice of the proctor. "It's over," Hayate stated and straightened his back. "Winner. Naruto Uzumaki." Ellipsis. A group of medics checked over Temari's condition and concluded she had suffered some minor internal injuries from Naruto's special punch. Despite her vehement protests, during which she had to grit her teeth from the pain, they put her on a stretcher and prepared to escort her to a room for the injured. Naruto used that short moment of preparation to call out to the girl. "Temari-san." "What? UUH." She snapped and raised her head, but the pain quickly forced her to cool off. Naruto grinned in a friendly manner and nodded to her. "Good match." Temari stared at him for a while with an unreadable expression before relaxing and completely lying down. "Bite me, Uzumaki." The blonde snorted and watched the medics take the girl away, in his mind thinking about a surprising fact. She's a bit similar to Kuretsuchi. An unpleasant feeling chilling him on the back of his neck caused him to stop his train of thoughts and turn around to see Temari's brother, Gaara, staring at him with an expression Naruto could only describe as disturbing enjoyment. It made the hair on the blonde's skin stand up and he could almost feel the oppressive pressure coming from the boy. The stare lasted only for a few seconds, after which Naruto noticed other stares. Most of the people previously watching the match were openly staring at him with confused or suspicious eyes. Jonin were whispering to each other, aside from Kakashi, who was giving the blonde an eye smile. 8th match. Neji Hyuga vs Jabaki Kamizuru. Naruto moved towards the stairs and, walking by a boy with featureless, white eyes, he noticed the analyzing look from him. When he turned to confront him, the boy just smirked and continued walking with a haughty expression. Naruto just blanked and ignored it. He also missed the sad look on Hinata's face as she cradled a small tube filled with some sort of ointment and let herself get patted on the shoulder by Kurenai. She obviously wanted to help patching Naruto up, but the tiny cuts he had suffered were already healed. After the blonde got up to the rest of his team and received praise for his victory, he watched the match and recalled what his Jonin sensei, Kakashi, had told him and Sasuke before the exams began. It was not because he wanted to. It was because of the current matchup. Remember this, Naruto, Sasuke. There are going to be a lot of strong genin in the upcoming Chunin exams, there's no doubt about it. I will not reveal everything I know about them, at least not until you pass into the finals, which I'm not even doubting. However, I will give you some information so you know who to study during these first 2 parts. From all genin in Konoha that are going to participate, I want you to take a close look at the team under the guidance of Might Guy. It is unquestioningly the strongest team right now. Moreover, even though I don't know what you two are fully capable of, one of Might Guy's students, Neji Hyuga, is probably the strongest genin. Yes, even stronger than you two. That was the most important thing he remembered from the small talk. At first, he had suspected Kakashi was trying to scare them. But, looking at what was happening in front of his eyes, he had to admit the one-eyed man was right. It took only a minute, but what happened between Neji and his opponent could only be described with one word. Massacre. The poor genin from Iwagakure had no chance at all against the Hyuga prodigy who devastated him with overwhelming force. He dominated the match from beginning to end. While Sasuke gritted his teeth and flared his Sharingan, Naruto gripped the railing. Kakashi-sensei was right, this guy is a monster. Even if I went all out, I don't think that I'd be able to win. Not as I am right now. He nervously grinned. The finals will be interesting. Winner. Neji Hyuga. Ellipsis. Winner. Kurobaki Kamizuru. The third member of Kamizuru clan from Iwagakure was the winner of the 9th match between him and a genin from Kabuto's team, Yoroi Akato. It was a boring match and Naruto spent it mostly by awkwardly talking with others who came to congratulate him on his victory in his match. Namely, Shikamaru and, surprisingly, Tenten, who was a bit disheartened that he had defeated a fellow girl so easily. 10th match. Sasuke Uchiha vs Kiba Inuzuka. Naruto glanced at his teammate, who'd finally calmed himself down after seeing Neji decimate his opponent, and lightly elbowed him in his side to get his attention. Sasuke raised his eyebrow. What, Dobi? Ah, back to being friendly, I see. Nothing much, just don't get too conceited. Kiba is not as weak as you think he is. Naruto stated. Sasuke scoffed. You think I would lose to him? He asked in an almost offended tone. I just expect you to get into the finals so we can have a proper match too. Sasuke froze and narrowed his eyes. His expression broke down after a moment when a hungry grin appeared on his face. "You can count on it," he replied and jumped down at the same time as Kiba did in the distance. Kakashi looked at the blonde with a smile carefully hidden under his mask. "Yeah, they are going to be good friends soon." His eyes intently glued to the slowly starting match, Naruto bit his lower lip. He knew Kiba from his time at the academy. Kiba, along with Shikamaru and Choji, had become one of the first people he could consider to be his friends. They were the only ones who didn't care about what the adults told them about the blonde and sometimes played with him after school. The Inuzuka eventually grew into a person who was a bit arrogant. However, Naruto knew that deep inside, the boy was actually a loyal friend who he could depend on. They could and would sometimes bicker, but that was probably normal. It was quite apparent even now when Kiba tried to taunt Sasuke with tough talk. The proctor announced the start of the match and Naruto frowned. He'd told Sasuke the truth, he didn't really think his teammate would lose. On the other hand, the Uchiha tended to underestimate some of his opponents and, since Kiba was quite a bad student back at the academy, it could happen again. On the lower level, Kiba got on all four and chakra, flickering in the air, started to pour out of him. In an impressive feat of speed, he crossed the distance between him and Sasuke and tried to punch the boy in the abdomen. Heavily surprised at the sudden acceleration, Sasuke barely dodged the strike that left a few holes in his shirt. Fortunately for him, that was all the attack did to him. Cursing at himself for miscalculating Kiba's abilities, he instantly activated his Sharingan. Two tomos appeared in both of his eyes, allowing him to track Kiba's fast movements like they were nothing. Though it wouldn't have helped him much if his body wasn't able to move fast enough. When Kiba tried to strike the Uchiha for the second time, the raven-haired boy ducked under the swift kick at the last moment and used the opening to throw a set of shuriken at his opponent. Kiba cursed and, thanks to his heightened reflexes, he escaped with only a few scratches. As soon as he landed on the ground, both he and his dog, Akamaru, jumped back, away from Sasuke, Kiba throwing a smoke bomb under his own feet to conceal his presence. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and, after a brief pause, flashed through a set of hand seals and took a deep breath. Fire release. Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. A volley of unpredictably moving fireballs emerged from his mouth and flew at the area of the smokescreen. The attack covered the whole cloud and a grunt was heard from within. The smoke dissipated and revealed Kiba with a coat lightly burnt on several places. Akamaru was on all fours, growling, and his fur was slowly becoming red, which alarmed Sasuke. Kiba plucked something out of his pocket and threw it into his mouth. With his Sharingan, Sasuke could faintly see a sudden increase in chakra flow in Kiba's body and frowned when the boy kneeled and let his dog jump on top of him. Akamaru loudly barked something, his owner joining him soon after that. Beast Ninja Art. Beast Human Clone Jutsu. He barked and, in a puff of smoke, two versions of Kiba intently glared at Sasuke, who looked at them sourly. Since Kiba was focusing on his own technique, Sasuke flicked his wrists before he heard another exclamation. "Let's do this, Akamaru." Fang over fang. Spinning like a set of tornadoes, Kiba and Akamaru shot towards Sasuke with great speed. Even though his Sharingan was able to see them, Sasuke's body wasn't as fast and, despite his attempt at dodging the attack, he received some damage. Although, it was only a single scratch. In the short amount of time that he was in the air, he flicked his wrists again. One or two more times, he thought. On the upper level, Naruto was squinting his eyes, trying to see through Sasuke's plan. He knew the boy was planning something, but he wasn't sure what it was. It took him watching Sasuke get almost hit two more times before he caught a faint glimpse of something metallic. He grinned. "So you don't want to show more of your jutsu and plan on defeating Kiba with the least amount of chakra possible, huh? So melodramatic, Sasuke," Naruto thought and shook his head. Kiba followed Sasuke and, together with Akamaru, aimed his fang over fang at the boy. Seeing the Uchiha calmly awaiting the attack, not moving an inch away, set off alarms in his head, but it was too late. As he flew closer to Sasuke, Kiba felt something painfully restricting his movements and his spinning momentum quickly died down. It was only then that he noticed what had happened. "Wire strings," Sasuke answered for him with a grin. Truthfully, Kiba and the transformed Akamaru got caught in a net of wire strings Sasuke set up using his kunai that was now embedded into the stone wall behind him and the ground behind Kiba. The Uchiha purposely let himself get almost hit a few times to manipulate Kiba into following him closer to the wall. The wild genin realized his mistake and tried to quickly unbind himself, but Sasuke was already in the air and, delivering a devastating drop kick to the boy's back. Under the force of the kick, the kunai holding the wires were forced out of the wall and Kiba hit the ground, face first. He wasn't instantly knocked unconscious, but his head was spinning and he was clearly unable to continue the match, despite his slurry protests. Winner. Sasuke Uchiha. Ellipsis. You could have avoided even those scratches if you'd gone all out from the beginning. Naruto commented after Sasuke returned to the upper level and sat down to take care of his minor injuries. The Uchiha scoffed and stubbornly shook his head. You didn't go all out either. Quote. Besides, it would have made me look weak if I had to go all out on somebody like him. He added with a frown. Naruto wanted to say something else to him, but Kakashi was faster. Either way, you did well. Techniques of the Inuzuka clan are difficult to avoid, he stated and gave his student a thumbs up. Final match. Dosu Kinuta vs Gaara. The announcement caught the attention of both boys. Sasuke hastily finished bandaging his arm and got up. Along with Naruto, he stared at the redhead appearing on the lower level in a custom version of a Shunshin Jutsu. Both genin noticed his face and had the same thought when turning to the other genin from Otogakure, the opponent for Gaara. This is going to end quickly. And it happened just as they thought it would, even though they had no idea what kind of abilities the weird genin from Sunagakure possessed. The only thing they knew was the look in the boy's eyes. It was the same all the time. It was a look of bloodlust. An intensive, chill-inducing bloodlust, too strong for a kid of his age. The two members of Team 7 remembered Dosu from the little fight they'd had just a few days ago. The boy had appeared to be quite smart, perceptive. He acted more like a shinobi than a newbie genin. After they had discovered he had ties with Orochimaru, it had only gotten more obvious that Dosu was not a weak ninja. However, no matter how hard he tried or how many techniques he used on Gaara, he was unable to even touch the boy. Seeing the sand swirling around the redhead like a living entity protecting him from any harm, the duo realized how it was possible the boy had cleared all of his missions without receiving any injury. Is this it? Did you use up all of your jutsu? If you did, it's my turn now, Gaara stated in a deadly calm tone. From that point onward, it took him only a minute to corner his opponent and enclose him within a coat of sand. Naruto wasn't sure what was happening, but he knew that if somebody didn't stop it, the genin from Otogakure would die. Gaara started to slowly clench his open fist and a pained cry escaped from Dosu's lips. Arg. I surrender. Aargh. Along with the sickening sound of something getting popped, a red stain appeared on a part of the sand that was strangling him. Naruto and even Sasuke grimaced. They held no compassion for Dosu whatsoever, but the scene was getting uncomfortable. It is part of a ninja's job, Kakashi said in a hard voice, but he eyed the proctor as if trying to tell him to stop the match. And he didn't need to do it for long as Hayate quickly landed next to Gaara and exclaimed. That's enough. He surrendered. No, it's not enough, Gaara mumbled, clearly ignoring him. Another popping sound later and Dosu screamed louder before he finally fainted. With a grimace, Hayate resolutely jumped towards the unconscious boy and, with a swift slice of his previously hidden tanto, he forced the sand to fall down and to let go of Dosu. He immediately motioned the medics to come and turn to Gaara, who was glaring at him in obvious rage. I said I don't want unnecessary corpses. Winner. Gaara. Ellipsis. All 11 winners lined up in front of the 3 proctors that had overseen the Chunin exams so far, with the Hokage calmly smoking his pipe behind them. The leader of Konoha was going over each and every face, carefully, recalling all of their matches. I don't think there have been any surprises, aside maybe from Naruto-kun. What is surprising, though, is the number of Konoha genin passing into the final round. Shino-kun, Shikamaru-kun, Tenten-kun, Lee-kun, Hinata-kun, Musumi-kun, Naruto-kun, Neji-kun, Sasuke-kun. 9 of the finalists are from Konoha, only 1 is from Iwagakure and only 1 is from Sunagakure. I suppose I should be glad that somebody from Iowa managed to pass, or the Tsuchikage would have been rather unpleasant during his stay here. Not to mention that the Kazekage would have been extremely disappointed to see none of his children in action if Gaara-kun didn't pass. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the man called the professor, thought while spitting circles of smoke from his mouth. With a cough, he stepped forward. In the course of the next several minutes, he explained, in detail, what was going to happen with the rest of the genin that had managed to pass to the final round. As always, his explanation was long, full of phrases and difficult words that made some of the young finalists squirm in place and yawn from boredom. However, they needed to hear it. They needed to hear just how much the final round meant, not only for them, but also for others. For the lords, cages and other important people visiting Konoha just for that one long day. Just how much it could potentially mean for the whole village, which could attract more and more customers. As you will all represent your hidden village, it is necessary for you to gather all of your strength. Because of that, the final round will take place in exactly 1 month. I advise you to use this time wisely. Get to truly know yourself and your enemies. Calculate your chances based on what you have learned about the others. Up until now, you were forced to fight in unprepared matches, when you had basically zero information on your opponents. You were fighting somebody unknown. The finals will be different, the Hokage said, closely watching the finalists' expressions. He glanced to his left at Anko, who was holding a small box, and nodded to her. He then turned back to the genin and cleared his throat. That's how it is. Before I can dismiss you, there is one more thing. Anko here is holding a box that contains pieces of paper. I want each of you to take one. As Anko passed all 11 of them, each genin suspiciously reached inside the box to take out a small, crumbled piece of paper with a number imprinted on it. They all gave their numbers to the third proctor, Ibiki, who then proceeded to write something on a small board. After that, he showed it to them, while informing them. The last part of the Chunin exams is a tournament. I think it's self-explanatory, so I hope all you understand it. While the others tried to overcome their surprise at seeing their future opponents, Shikamaru did so the fastest and, with a self-pitying grimace, turned to the Hokage. I reckon only one of us can win the tournament, hence becoming a Chunin. The leader of Konoha shook his head. No, Shikamaru-kun, that's not quite it. Including myself, there will be various judges, like the Kazekage, Tsuchikage and feudal lords, watching the final stage of the exams. Throughout the tournament, we will be evaluating your abilities, and those judged to have the necessary qualities of a Chunin will be able to become one. Even if they lose the first match. So all of us could become Chunin. Tenten muttered. Or none of you, the Hokage said in a grim voice. So troublesome, Shikamaru sighed. While the Hokage dismissed the genin, Naruto stared at a certain shy girl and rubbed his temples, feeling an exemplary headache coming. Why does Hinata have to be my first opponent? Ellipsis. In a different part of Konoha, 2 shady men stood face to face, their bodies partly covered by dark shadows. So, Kabuto, mind telling me what that little provocation was during the preliminary? Orochimaru said, while licking his mouth with his abnormally long tongue, still dressed as a jonin from Otogakure. Kneeling on one knee, Kabuto's face was pointed at the ground so that the infamous Sannin couldn't see his expression. Nothing really. I just thought it would have been really suspicious of me to just suddenly withdraw from the exams since I was not even injured. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, the split end of his tongue that resembled a snake slightly vibrating, and a dangerous smile appeared on his face. Don't tell me this is about that man, Kabuto. You still dislike him for what happened in your distant past. So you're trying to sabotage this last mission of mine. Kabuto's eyes, hidden from view, almost bulged out of their sockets from the shock, and a small bead of sweat formed on the side of his forehead. The silver-haired boy suppressed the memory of a young woman dying in his arms and gulped down his saliva. He couldn't see it, but his senses were telling him the stare from Orochimaru was boring into the back of his head, and even a shinobi of his caliber was afraid that his voice would tremble in that moment. He cleared his throat and raised his head to look at his superior. Should have known he'd notice. Sorry, Naruto-kun. I tried to warn you as subtly as I could. I hope a brat like you can do something. He thought. In his mind, Naruto was completely expendable, but he hoped he could use the blonde for his own selfishness. Of course not, Orochimaru-sama. With a wide grin, Orochimaru darkly chuckled. Kukuku, you really are an interesting child, Kabuto. Trying to change the flow and direction of the conversation, Kabuto pushed up his glasses, secretly wiping the sweat from his brow, and raised a question. If you don't mind me asking, what about the girl with the seal? Orochimaru withdrew his tongue and grimaced with a distant look in his face. She's as good as dead. If by any chance she does survive, it's nothing of my concern or interest. I'm more interested in others. You mean Sasuke-kun? The grimace disappeared from the Sannin's face and was replaced with a wide grin, his tongue once again slithering around his lips. Yes, he managed to escape me, Kukuku, but I will have him. The darkness is still within him, I could feel it. We only need to inspire him to use it. What about Naruto-kun? Again, the smile disappeared. Uzumaki Naruto. He is the one holding the darkness within Sasuke back. Building a bond between the two of them, a bridge of camaraderie, is quite an annoyance. However, he trailed off for a moment. Even a bond like that can be used for my purposes. You just need to know how to manipulate it. So we do nothing? Kabuto asked in dismay. A dark chuckle resonated through the air, the likes of which would make the skin of any ordinary person crawl. We let events flow naturally and poke where we need poke. It was a sunny Friday that saw Naruto, a blonde genin of Konoha, strolling past numerous shops, stores and boutiques with his hands shoved deep into the pockets of his jacket. Unlike in the past, the boy wasn't smiling at everyone around him, he wasn't delivering joy and enthusiasm to those walking by him, nor was he even paying attention to anybody in particular. He was too deep in thought, immersed in his own little place where the images of his mind flowed like an untamed river. This river was not straightforward, it didn't flow in just one direction. The stream of his thoughts was divided into many branches, each one touching on a different problem that plagued his consciousness. One thing that currently troubled him was what the Hokage had done right after the second part of the Chunin exams had ended. Sarutobi Hiruzen had publicly revealed the names of the Chunin exams participants who had managed to pass into the final round. While the action itself was not something anybody would typically consider harmful, to Naruto, a boy who had been hated, ignored, avoided and rejected by the citizens of Konoha, it was a disaster. Since his change during the Wave mission, Naruto hadn't pulled practically any pranks and it had seemed that the people had mostly forgotten about him. Of course, he still received an occasional glare or stare from civilians and some shinobi too, but since he wasn't doing anything damaging, he had been mostly left alone. But that all changed 2 days ago, when the Hokage had made that revelation. Ever since people in Konoha had found out about his success, their attention had been brought back onto him and many of them had realized he was no longer the loudmouth child he had been before. Though one could argue that their realization was a good thing, the opposite was the truth. People had noticed his new clothes and their animosity towards him had only increased as they recalled that the fourth Hokage used to wear similar clothing. Coupled with Naruto's similar appearance with the fourth in general, they regarded it as an insult to the memory of one of the greatest shinobi Konoha had ever produced. Paradoxically, most of them blissfully ignored the implications of the glaring similarity between the short blonde and the man they hailed as a hero. Or at least, that was what Naruto himself thought. He had been thankful to Anko when she had helped him pick up his new clothes all those weeks ago, but right now, he was silently cursing her name, thinking she sure had screwed him over good. Surprisingly, it didn't occur to him that the young Kunoichi had done it on purpose, to make the citizens and, more importantly, the shinobi of Konoha, aware of what was obviously staring them in the face. Although, there was one positive thing that had come out of this. Many civilians were now cautious of him and thought twice about any form of hostility towards him. The accomplishment of getting into the final round of the Chunin exams was well known even to them. The civilians knew it wasn't easy to do so. Indubitably, there were also those who believed Naruto had only passed thanks to a fluke or a serious mistake, but few of them actually had the courage to bring this matter to the Hokage. While old and kind, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still their leader, and those who really attempted to talk to him about the matter were quickly reminded that Konoha was a military dictatorship, not a democratic republic. Passing along the street connecting the main road with a smaller one leading to the flower shop owned by the Yamanaka, Naruto ignored the whispers and murmurs and continued on towards the place he wanted to visit. It was certainly odd that the blonde genin wasn't spending all of his time training and preparing for the final round. The reason was simple enough. He had spent the previous 2 days taking a small breather and planning the training regime he was going to obey for the next 3 weeks or so. A few streets and many hundreds of steps later, a large building came into view. It was Konoha Hospital, the place where one of his teammates spent all of her time in a forced unconsciousness, a coma. Yeah, even Naruto himself wasn't sure why he wanted to visit the girl. It's not like they were friends, he reminded himself maybe for the 1000th time. It simply irritated him that just when Team 7 was somehow starting to get along, this damn incident had occurred and he hadn't been able to do anything about it. What bothered him even more was the broken promise he had sworn to himself some time ago. After the Demon Brothers incident, he had sworn to himself never to freeze again, like he'd done when Orochimaru had tried to bite Sasuke. One could argue that he didn't so much freeze as his brain simply couldn't catch up to the fact that Orochimaru's actions were dangerous. That he couldn't have known the damn snake was trying to harm his teammates. But to Naruto, those were all just empty and poor excuses. He knew better. Why did he train for all those weeks if not to make himself capable of preventing such a thing? If not to get stronger and to be a better shinobi? In any case, he'd broken one promise already and there was no way in hell he was going to break the one he had made to Haku as well. Not a chance. So here he was, entering the hospital and walking through the halls to visit Sakura, to remind himself of his failure and to promise her never to do it again, despite how absurd and pointless it would sound to anybody else. And, as luck always took an occasional vacation from him, he stumbled across a scene he later swore never to bring up to anyone. He was just roaming the halls in an attempt to find room number 305, in which Sakura was lying comatose, when pain sobbing undesirably invaded his eardrums and he stopped in his tracks, unable to move forward. He knew the voice behind those sobs. It was Ino. It must have been. Naruto closed his eyes. Ignore it, please ignore it. He begged his sense of curiosity. Even a 12-year-old like himself knew he shouldn't do what he was about to. That it was impolite, rude and disrespectful. But he couldn't help it and, in the next instant, he was squinting his eyes, trying to see through a minuscule gap in the door and straining his ears, trying to hear the quiet voices. Inside the room, Ino was on her knees, kneeling next to a hospital bed occupied by an uncomfortable-looking Choji, who was awkwardly patting his teammate on the back, though anything he tried to do proved to be fruitless as Ino wasn't able to stop the tears streaming down her cheeks. It looked like quite an intimate scene and, as Naruto's sense of curiosity sobered, he slowly moved away. The sobriety lasted only for a second though, just until he heard Ino's muffled voice. "I'm so sorry Choji, what's going on?" Naruto thought with a frown. Did Ino do something to Choji? It seemed Choji knew what Ino was trying to say but was refusing her apology, most likely aware there was nothing to be sorry about. "And I told you it's nothing. It's okay. I'm okay." Ino raised her face and looked at him. From his position Naruto couldn't see it, but she must have been a mess because Choji's expression softened even more and he had to avert his eyes from her after a moment. It's not okay. You could have been hurt pretty bad and what did I do after you most likely saved my life? I lost like the biggest loser of all. You gave me a chance to continue in the exams and I took that chance and spit on it. She raised her voice a bit before covering her face with her hands and sobbing again. Oh, a small light bulb lit itself in Naruto's mind. See, come on Ino. You did nothing of the sort. And it wasn't that bad. I mean, it hit me only because I'm so big. If I wasn't stupid and hadn't jumped in front of you, it would have probably completely missed you. See, it was my own fault. Choji had no chance to finish his rambling as Ino angrily growled and slapped his cheek. The slap resonated through the air and the room fell silent. Don't you dare call yourself stupid, Ino said with a scowl. Her lower lip trembled and she fell on her knees again, more tears flowing from her eyes. Choji remained motionless for a few seconds, before sighing. Isn't this more because of what happened to Sakura? He asked quietly. Why would you think that? She mumbled, her face pressed against the blanket of the bed. The large boy smiled while rubbing his cheek, pink from the slap. Because you're behaving out of character. The Ino I know wouldn't break down just because of her teammate doing something not so clever. And I remember you two used to be best friends. Her being so injured must have shaken you up. Ino sobbed one more time before finally stopping. She looked up but turned her head away from Choji's smiling face. I don't know what you're talking about. Stupid forehead can kick the dirt for all I care. I'm just angry at her because she saved Sasuke-kun and probably gained his favor with it. She stated with a cute pout which, coupled with her messy face, almost made her teammate chuckle. It was obvious not just to him but also to Naruto that she was just being stubborn. Choji's smile widened and he shook his head. With one hand he cautiously patted Ino's head as she opened her mouth. I'm still sorry I disappointed my team. But I won't do it anymore. I swear I will train even harder and become a kunoichi worthy of being in our team, of being a student of Asuma-sensei. That was all Naruto heard before he pulled away from the door and continued looking for Sakura's room. It would be useless to listen further. He'd heard enough. Unbeknownst to him, a tiny smile was present on his face as he entered Sakura's room. He liked Ino even less than Sakura and he still recalled how negatively she'd reacted 2 months ago when he'd asked Asuma for advice, but seeing her come to her senses and seeing the happiness in the eyes of somebody he could call a friend, he just couldn't help it. He was glad for her. And maybe Ino could even become a real kunoichi. Just like Sakura wanted to become herself. Ellipsis. Crossing the doorstep into room number 305, Naruto momentarily stopped and observed the small enclosed area in which his teammate lay on a hospital bed, comatose and all alone. Which wasn't so surprising after the blonde realized that not many people shared his team's concerns about her. Only a few people knew the reality of Sakura's injury, about the seriousness of her state. The Hokage had made a decision to keep her seal out of public knowledge, claiming it was best not to stir up trouble and panic if it wasn't necessary. Naruto didn't really share his opinion. He believed that at least her parents should have been made aware of their daughter's true condition, but Hiruzen quickly turned this proposal down. He justified it simply. Since Sakura's mother, Mebuki Haruno, was a part of the civilian council, he deemed her knowing the truth too dangerous. It wasn't because he was afraid of the council, they served only as advisors to him. It was due to Mebuki's bad habit of being a huge gossiper. When Naruto had objected, saying it was too poor of a reason to not tell her as it was improbable that she would blabber about her daughter's condition if he told her it was a military secret, the Hokage changed the subject and suspiciously looked away from the blonde with a guilty expression. Although Sakura certainly was receiving visitors. It was quite obvious from the amount of flowers around her bed, most likely gifts from Ino. No matter how much she tried to deny it, she clearly still cared about the pink-haired girl. When he got closer to the bed, Naruto noticed other get-well gifts on the nightstand. Beside the nightstand, well, the whole area around the nightstand was full of them. As he briefly looked over the signatures, he saw some were from Ino, some from Sakura's family, and quite surprisingly, one was from Kakashi, the Hokage, and even Rock Lee. The last one brought a different set of thoughts into Naruto's mind. He sighed and dragged a small chair next to the bed to sit on, his good mood slowly drifting away, wave by wave. He was so preoccupied with his own thoughts that he completely missed what was happening in front of his eyes. Only a quiet sound brought his attention back to the person lying on the bed and he frowned. Sakura was not as still and motionless as he'd first thought she was. The palms of her hands were slightly trembling, a few tears flowed from her eyes, an occasional whimper escaped her lips and her breathing was erratic. It took him a moment but Naruto finally understood what was going on. Sakura was having a nightmare. About what or whom, he had no idea, but it was obviously not pleasant. Yeah, like any nightmare could be pleasant, he snorted at his own stupidity. Watching her squirm under the blanket, Naruto grimaced. He knew what he would want his friends to do if he was in Sakura's shoes. What would calm him down, help ease his anxiety and reduce the stress from having a nightmare? Could he do the same thing for Sakura himself? Was he capable of giving a helping hand to the girl in front of him? Within his heart he felt something small and dark blocking his actions, preventing him from doing so. He was unable to identify that small nodule of darkness, but, in a deep corner of his mind, he knew fairly well what it was. He just refused to acknowledge it. Closing his eyes and increasing his grimace, he broke through the obstruction within himself and did it. He raised his hands and gently placed them atop Sakura's left wrist. Lightly squeezing it, he tried to let her know that somebody was at her side, that she wasn't alone in her nightmare. Such a simple action took a lot more courage to do than Naruto had thought it would. He naively believed it was because of his lingering resentment towards the girl and didn't realize, despite all his new cleverness, the true reason. That this was the first act of intimacy he'd shared with anybody. Never in his life had he touched another person in this way, never in his life had he been touched in this way. Never in his life had he experienced such a close moment. And of all the people he knew, he had to share such a moment with Sakura. Fate sometimes had a cruel sense of humor. Moreover, unknowingly to him, it was the first step in overcoming the trauma he had lived through on the night of the Uchiha massacre. "It's me, Sakura, it's Naruto. I know you probably can't hear me, but it feels awkward sitting here in silence." Naruto spoke. Despite what he'd said, he still felt awkward. Him speaking only lowered the sense of embarrassment within the room. While shaking his head at the absurdity of the situation, a mild snort escaped from him. Who was he trying to kid? Talking to a comatose person, who most likely didn't even know you were there, felt weird, almost bizarre. But still, silence was a worse option. "Sasuke and I have passed into the finals, you know. So when you wake up, please keep the 'you're so cool Sasuke-kun' to a minimum. It's really annoying." He tried to imitate her fangirl voice only to fail spectacularly. He sounded more like a broken whistle combined with a badly tuned piano. He guffawed and raised his head to stare through a window next to Sakura's bed. "Don't mistake me, I'm not jealous. It just makes you look like a, well, not like a respectable kunoichi." He rubbed his head. Yeah, I didn't used to act like a respectable shinobi too, I know. It's different now. I'm aiming to become a chunin and afterwards, a jonin. Who knows what'll come after that. I'm not even sure I really want to become Hokage anymore. I mean, if I want to fulfill my promise to Haku, becoming the Hokage is probably the only reasonable way. As far as I know, at least. But is my dream still the one I told Kakashi-sensei so long ago? That I want to be the best Hokage ever? I don't know. I aspired to be one as it was the best way for others to recognize my existence, for them to acknowledge me. I wanted their respect. Now, is it worth getting respect from the people in Konoha? Don't get me wrong, I do like my village and some people in it. But, arg, he growled and began to rub his head more furiously. Look at me, arguing with myself in front of a comatose patient. Damn, I have better things to do than think about pointless stuff. His gaze falling again on the gift from Rock Lee, his frown returned. I really do have better things to do. Until today I've been taking a small breather and trying to come up with a plan by which I will train. And I need to train. You should have seen some of the fights in the preliminaries. Rock Lee, for example. Even though he doesn't know any ninjutsu or genjutsu, his taijutsu is leagues above my own. Just from the bit he showed in his match I realized that I should take my physical training up a notch. But it's quite apparent that he acquired his power through hard work spanning years. I don't think 1 month is going to cut it. The only thing I can do, in case I get to fight him, is increase my speed and reaction time. Well, there's more, but I'd be here talking for hours. He exhaled deeply and scratched his ear. Then there's Neji Hyuga, he's strong. Gaara of the Sand, he's strong too, but what worries me more is the bad feeling I have in my gut whenever I look at him. There's something off about him. Oh, you must be wondering why I haven't mentioned Sasuke yet, right? I can take him. He stated confidently and flashed the unconscious girl a grin. It died down when he muttered another name. Hinata. What should I do with her? She's my first opponent. I don't have problems fighting a girl, but there's something about her that makes it really hard to punch her. She looks like she would shatter from a single touch. But I can't go easy on her. She has to realize that being a shinobi is not an easy job. And then there's that. I think she likes me. Either that or she's scared of me. I mean, she gets red and quiet and starts to act even shyer whenever I talk to her. I have a bad feeling it's probably the former, but I don't want to think too highly of myself. Either way, it will be a difficult match. He trailed off as an ambiguous idea struck him. It was a completely newborn thought, but it could work. Yeah, I think I have an idea as for how to handle her. I just have to think about it for a while longer. A short silence fell onto the room as Naruto tried to mentally develop the idea further. Pinching the bridge of his nose, he shook his head. Yeah, so I won't forget. After you fell unconscious we took Kintsuchi, a girl from Otogakure's team, with us to the Hokage as it seems she could possess some information about Orochimaru. So far, she's said nothing, or at least that's what I was told. Although, I don't think that attitude will last her for long. I saw the building of Konoha's torture and interrogation force. Anko-san took me there yesterday with the Hokage's permission. He shuddered and goosebumps appeared all over his body along with a cold feeling running across his spine. With a grimace he continued. Not a friendly place. I mean, the ground levels are quite ordinary, but when Anko-san took me into the underground levels, where they keep more dangerous prisoners, well, if you heard all those screams, it's a grim place. It's a place where the dark side of a shinobi's job truly comes to light. It's nothing really new to me, as I know about some dirty, nasty things happening within Konoha. He shuddered again as the memory of the incident from his past briefly entered his mind, before he pushed it away. Sometimes I think that all shinobi, once they graduate from the academy, or even before that, should be shown some parts of this darkness so that they would know what they are getting into. So they could think things through one more time and refuse to really become a part of it if necessary. I don't think you, for example, could handle all of it. If you could, you'd be stronger than I consider you to be. Naruto said quietly. Squeezing Sakura's wrist one more time, he slowly got up. Well, I think my words weren't very optimistic or comforting, but it seems I needed to tell them to somebody. You're a great listener when you're unconscious. He almost slapped himself for that last part. Very polite, though it seemed that despite what he talked about, Sakura's nightmares must have ended as she was no longer crying, trembling or whimpering. Right now, she looked truly comatose. Ellipsis. Really, Uzumaki, you want a girl to beg you for lunch? Would you stop calling me Uzumaki like that? Just call me Naruto, I don't mind it. Naruto rolled his eyes in exasperation and turned away from the rather nosy Kunoichi from Iwagakure. As soon as he'd emerged from Konoha Hospital, he had been followed around by Kuretsuchi, who seemed quite determined to treat him to lunch. With a smirk, she blithely ignored all of his refusals and continued to pester him for almost half an hour. Only if you concede to my offer, Uzumaki. Abruptly stopping, Naruto closed his eyes and begged his patience to last a bit longer. A grunt escaped his mouth and he finally agreed. Fine, damn it, but I picked the place. 5 minutes later, Kuretsuchi sardonically stared at the Ichiraku ramen stand in the middle of the street, her mind freezing for a moment. A girl treats you to lunch and you pick a freaking ramen stand. Unbelievable, she muttered quietly and had to remind herself of her reason for doing this, else she really would groan out loud. Naruto turned to her with an odd expression. It's one of the few places I can eat in peace, he said, causing Kuretsuchi to raise her eyebrows, a reaction he consciously overlooked. As they went inside, a girl with a bright smile welcomed them. Naruto-kun, it's been a few days, I heard about the exams. Congratulations, Ayame said and ruffled the blonde's hair immediately after he sat down. Thanks. The girl's eyes sparkled when she noticed the other person that had come in with him. Ooh, Naruto-kun, you already found yourself a girlfriend. And here I thought you liked me. She sang teasingly and giggled when Naruto instantly spit out the water he'd just drank from his glass. What? He stammered with a flustered face. Kuretsuchi's mind froze once again and she watched the scene in front of her unfold with a heavy sweat drop. Her brain restarted only after she heard Naruto finally collect himself a little. She's nothing like that. She's just a friend, he mumbled in a haste. Really? Both Ayame and Kuretsuchi asked at the same time, the ramen girl with a pout while Kuretsuchi's question sounded more like a taunt. Naruto trailed off, staring at the bottom of his glass, small droplets of sweat forming on his forehead. I thought we were rivals, Kuretsuchi stated with a smirk and finally sat down next to the quiet blonde. Rivals? Ah, kids these days are so sweet. Ayame laughed at Naruto's uncomfortable face and the completely scandalized expression of the Iwa Kunoichi before giving them menus and jogging back into the kitchen. Hey, I'm not a kid, Kuretsuchi called after her, indignantly, but the older girl was already gone. After they ordered the food and slowly slurped it down, Naruto glanced at the Kunoichi. Say, why are you here? You're not participating in the exams and you're not a sensei for any team. Kuretsuchi hummed and blew on the hot noodles she was holding with her chopsticks before replying. I'm sort of a guest of honor. I'd be coming here along with my grandfather either way, so I just thought it would be a good idea to map out Konoha before that. You know, for security reasons. She stated evasively. Observing you, Uzumaki Naruto, is my main goal, though. She mentally added with a cautious stare. Meanwhile, the blonde turned back to his food. Security reasons, she sighed. Yeah, in a not-so-distant future I'm going to be one of my grandfather's bodyguards, so it's good practice. Naruto finished his first bowl and briefly glanced back at her. I see. Half an hour. 2 more bowls and a brief talk later, the two of them left the ramen stand with Naruto aiming his steps towards his apartment and Kuretsuchi going somewhere else. Well, thanks for the treat, you can come see me in the finals if you want. Naruto said, slowly turning away from the girl. You know, I could help you train, what do you say to a spar? Kuretsuchi called after him, but he quickly rebutted the offer with a snort. Yeah, no, I don't want to spend this month in a hospital. Ellipsis. On the morning of the next day, Naruto yawned and sleepily opened the door to his apartment, surprised to see Kakashi's mask-covered face staring at him with an eye smile. Yo, Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing here so early? Naruto mumbled, glancing at the clock on the wall to his left. It wasn't even 6 in the morning. Without turning his attention back to his sensei, Naruto waved his hand, stopping Kakashi before he could answer and motioned for him to enter. Tell me in a moment, I need to fully wake myself up. The blonde said and shoved Kakashi into the kitchen, while he went to the bathroom to wash his face. Through the sound of the water dripping from his wet face, he heard the Jonin's voice. You know Naruto, for being such an energetic genin you always look the exact opposite right after waking up. The mop of blonde hair popped out of the bathroom and sent a scowl in Kakashi's direction. Give me a break, Kakashi-sensei. It's practically still nighttime. Kakashi just chuckled at the disgruntled expression of his student and waited for a few more minutes until Naruto joined him in the kitchen. Accepting a glass of water, Kakashi sipped at it a little and looked at the blonde who stared back at him with a question in his eyes. Right, without beating around the bush, I came here to ask you if you would like me to train you for the finals. The man said and carefully observed the tiny reaction of joy on Naruto's face before said genin calmed himself down. Thank you, but I think I'll be alright. You're already training Sasuke, right? Even if I said yes, you wouldn't be able to give both of us your full attention. Besides, I don't want to train with him. Naruto replied, taking a sip of water himself. I thought you were beginning to get along. Kakashi said with a slightly disappointed expression. Naruto smiled a bit. It's not like that. I tolerate him and I think I can say we are comrades, but in the finals we will be enemies. I want to train separately from him. And I think Sasuke would say the same thing. That both of us want to fight each other at full strength without knowing what the other can do in advance. Kakashi had to hide his smile with his hand, pretending to scratch his nose as even his mask couldn't hope to do it. His smile was too wide for that. You don't even know how right you are, Naruto. Sasuke gave me the same answer, almost word for word. He thought, if you're sure, I am, Kakashi-sensei. Though I appreciate the offer. It seems the mission in Wave changed both of us a little. Naruto stated with a grin and Kakashi couldn't help but grin back. Rude brat, he said and finished his glass in one gulp. He was on his way out of the kitchen, when Naruto's voice stopped him. Although, I could use some advice, if you have the time. With his back facing the blonde, Kakashi allowed himself to close his eyes and quietly, so that Naruto couldn't hope to hear him, whisper. Thank you. He turned around and rubbed his hands together. Sure, what can I help you with? Naruto jumped from his chair and motioned Kakashi to follow him to his room, where the excited genin showed his sensei his training regime for the month, written on a piece of paper. As soon as they were done correcting some details, the blonde took out his books on Fuinjutsu, causing the man to stare at him in surprise. He's really your son, Minato-sensei. Thankfully, the book contained basics which even Kakashi had some knowledge on. Am I finally making amends, Minato-sensei? Can I create a bond with your son strong enough to withstand the betrayal he will feel after he learns the truth I'm withholding from him? Ellipsis. At his usual quiet and secluded place near the Forest of Death, which Naruto had chosen to be his training area, the blonde genin sat on the ground, surrounded by dozens of his shadow clones. While his duplicates were busy performing and perfecting all the jutsu in his arsenal so far or busy learning a few more, the original stared at a page in his book on Fuinjutsu, trying to remember all of the confusing information it contained. He knew he should be devoting all of his time to increasing his physical stats, just as he'd told Sakura when he'd mentioned his possible match with Rock Lee, but that was the thing. As soon as he remembered that monologue, it wasn't the image of Rock Lee that stayed in his mind. It was the image of comatose Sakura that persistently plagued his consciousness. Somewhere, in the back of his mind, he unconsciously felt a bit of regret at not knowing how to help his teammate, and so he immersed himself in studying the intricate art of seals. That wasn't to say he completely ignored everything else. After a week of only training, eating and sleeping, his power as a shinobi was progressing nicely. He was already past half the time he had determined it would take him to overcome the 4th level of his gravity seals. By his calculations, if everything went as planned, he should be finished with it by the time finals started. After that, only the last, 5th level, would await him. Truthfully, he was getting giddy knowing that his taijutsu was finally beginning to gain a definite shape, and he could proudly state that he had found a way to combine what he knew from the academy and its style with his own, unique additions. He didn't hope to master it during the month, such a thing was impossible. Practically inventing his own fighting style was incredibly difficult and would take months, maybe even years before he'd be completely satisfied with the results. Thanks to some pointers from Sakura he had received before she'd fallen into her coma, he was also able to make some progress in learning his first genjutsu ever, the demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. It was only a D-rank jutsu and probably wouldn't work against most chunin or shinobi stronger than that, but that was beside the point. What Naruto hoped to accomplish with it was to prove to himself that he could do it if he tried hard enough. It also helped with his chakra control. After all, refined control was required for the use of any genjutsu. He was also on his way to learning most of the jutsu his clones had found all those weeks ago. He already knew how to perfectly perform 6 elemental techniques, and by the time he would fight in the finals, at least 2 more would be added to that list. His kunai and shuriken control was nearing perfection, at least on the level he'd set for himself. He could easily jump on trees and hang on their branches upside down without even conscious effort, and it was the same thing was with water walking. Until he'd run out of chakra, he could stand on its surface for an indefinite amount of time. All in all parts of his shinobi arsenal were nearing what he was confident would be a chunin-level set of skills. Obviously, the blonde didn't forget about mental training as well. What would a stupid, short-sighted chunin be good for, even if he was strong, after all? So there he was, after a week, sitting in the middle of his area with his brow creased in a frown, trying to understand the page of his book when he heard a noise from a nearby tree and felt his heart rate begin to increase. "Who's there? Feels like déjà vu," he mentally muttered, recalling his first meeting with Anko that had occurred at this very place. "Gee, you finally noticed me, kid." An unfamiliar voice came out of a tree on his far right, and Naruto closed in on it with a kunai in his hand. When he came closer, he noticed a man with long silver hair tied into a ponytail lazing on a tree branch, writing something in a small book. He appeared to be middle-aged, and Naruto was sure of one thing. He had never seen this man before, was what his brain was telling him, but the strange feeling in his chest claimed something different. With a suspicious expression, he called out to the man, "Who are you and what are you doing here?" Frowning at the tone of the blonde's voice, the man quickly hid his confused expression, jumped down and landed in front of him with a large grin. "Thanks for asking. I'm Mount Myoboku Gamma's Master Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, one of Konoha's legendary Sannin." Jumping backwards, Naruto readied the kunai in his hand and sent a glare towards the man, who was completely baffled by the reaction his introduction had received. "Well, I have to say I've earned a lot of different reactions, but from a fellow Konoha shinobi, this is a first," Jiraiya stated in a depressed tone. Naruto's eyebrow twitched and he slowly lowered his kunai. "Let's just say I met another Sannin about 2 weeks ago and it ended badly." Jiraiya snorted and sat on the ground. "No doubt. I heard from Sarutobi-sensei about what happened. Orochimaru was always creepy but never a pedophile, That's new, disgustingly new. Nervously licking his dry lips, Naruto's brain was in a disarray as countless questions popped into his mind just from those few words the man had uttered. He had to clench his jaw and close his eyes for a moment, else a powerful headache would certainly cause him to snap. Moreover, although he was unnerved to meet another Sannin just like that without any warning, the man's mere presence was calming him down. It was quite unsettling. Come on Naruto, sit down. We have much to talk about. I can almost see your brain exploding from all the questions you surely have. Jiraiya pointed at the ground next to him in a tired and somewhat regretful tone. Do we know each other? Naruto asked anxiously. The way the man talked to him made it feel like they did. Jiraiya sighed and, after placing the small red book in his pocket, leaned on the tree so that his eyes were pointed towards the blue sky. Naruto's words seemed to convince him of something as he rubbed his chin. Let's start from somewhere and we'll see where this conversation will take us. How about I begin with how I returned to Konoha a week ago and then helped your comatose teammate? Naruto rapidly blinked to assure himself that he'd heard the Sannin right. What? Jiraiya sighed again and nodded to himself. Right. Flashback. Konoha, a week ago. Yo, old man, how's it hanging? The Hokage jumped in his chair, almost knocking the table over as he clutched his chest, feeling his heart beating at an impossible rate. He glared at the man with silver hair as he landed in front of him, previously jumping inside through a window on the right side of the Hokage's office. God damn it, Jiraiya. Do you want to give me a heart attack? I thought you were coming in a week. The Hokage took a deep, calming breath in order to relax his body. You're getting too old. How about finally passing the mantle of Hokage to somebody else? Jiraiya grinned and took out a small book from his pouch, putting it on the messy table. How about you take it, rude brat? The Hokage retorted with a glare until his eyes brightened when he noticed the title of the book and had to quickly wipe the drool from his mouth. Glancing up at the man, together they shared a laugh. I swear, you never change, Jiraiya. Welcome back to Konoha. What brings you here after these, 4 years? The Hokage asked in a more serious tone. Jiraiya nodded and put a small piece of paper on the table, earning a raised eyebrow from the Konoha leader. The man grabbed it and carefully read all the information on it, his expression becoming thoughtful. Are you trying to insinuate something with this? He asked slowly. Jiraiya creased his brow in a frown and scratched his nose before answering. Not really, but I thought you should be aware of their movement. I mean, the number of their shinobi is far too small for an attack, but something is definitely going on. Not to mention, they are moving at a slow pace, suspiciously slow. To add to that, look who is leading them. A small photograph landed in front of the Hokage, who instantly snatched it. An expression of surprise appeared on his face when he recognized the woman in the picture. After a minute, his expression turned a bit lecherous before Jiraiya took the photo back. Don't be a pervert now, old man. Ignore the composition of the picture and remember who this is. The Hokage looked positively scandalized when Jiraiya, the proudest pervert he had ever met, just reprimanded him for being one, but then he realized his former student was right. He pinched the bridge of his nose. I get your point. However, due to the Chunin exams, the security will be increased enough as it is, so there is little chance they could do any harm. But, just to be sure, I'll alert the Anbu. Good. The Hokage glanced at the ceiling, where his bodyguards were hiding, and nodded to them. They were no longer needed and he wanted some privacy. His attention back on Jiraiya, he lit up his pipe. Now that you're here, Jiraiya, I have a small request. Is it about the girl? The Sannin inquired without hesitation, causing the Hokage to inhale too much smoke and cough. No. Jiraiya nodded with a sad grin. Of course, I'm still trying to keep an eye out for, dear, Orochimaru, you know. The sadness vanished from his face and a genuine smile appeared on his face. I also heard that the girl survived so far thanks to Naruto. Where is that brat? I missed him. He asked, and in his excitement missed the incredibly guilty look on the Hokage's face. He's probably training for the finals. He mumbled, causing the smile on the Sannin's face to widen further. So he managed to get so far even with his little handicap, huh? That's my godson for you. About that, the Hokage trailed off when Jiraiya turned to him, the smile still present on his face but slowly diminishing in size as he took the man's tone into account. What is it? I think there is a good chance he has broken the seal. Quote. What? When? Where? How? Jiraiya exclaimed in a rapid succession, his eyes bulging out of their sockets. Wait, first of all, does anybody know? He quickly added. The Konoha leader shook his head. No, though, I've been really tempted to tell at least Kakashi. He's been really happy to get to be his sensei, but I think I managed to play it off safely. My only slip was when I expressed my concerns about his mental state when Kakashi told me the kid trains with shadow clones. Shadow clones. Okay. You just lost me. Jiraiya said and sat down, mentally exhausted. Over the course of the next several minutes, he listened to the Hokage explanation about Naruto's involvement in the Mizuki incident, his apparent change during the mission in Wave Country, the start of him using the shadow clones for the improved form of training and his accomplishments so far. So let me get this straight. Jiraiya rubbed his eyes. First of all, it seems we've been right all along when we determined that it was nigh impossible for either of us to remove that accursed seal from him, as we feared it could damage the Kyuubi's containment seal seeing as it got connected with it, and that it was only the Kyuubi itself that could help him from within the seal. And the Kyuubi apparently helped him. The Hokage nodded. Yes. Second of all, you, despite the fact that you realized what had happened, and despite the fact that the kid now most likely remembers what happened to him, didn't tell him a single thing. Jiraiya's voice rose high and he was practically yelling at the old Hokage, who cringed under the accusatory tone. It was for the best, Jiraiya. I couldn't just suddenly tell him I knew all about the night 4 years ago and about the seal that was cutting off most of his intelligence, could I now? That I knew but didn't do a damn thing. He's a sensitive kid, it would hurt him. He's only 12 for God's sake. He tried to defend himself, but he cringed again when Jiraiya stared at him incredulously and with obvious disappointment in his eyes. Sensei, you're truly getting old, he said sadly and sat back down. I'm not saying immediately, but it's been what, more than 2 months already and you still didn't tell him. Now that will hurt him more. He deserves to know, and both of us are probably giving him too little credit. He's been through enough to endure hearing the truth. Now you tell me you still haven't even told him about his parents. Jiraiya argued back and the anger returned to his veins when he saw the Hokage avert his gaze. You didn't. I had to. Jiraiya, Minato said. The Hokage couldn't finish his words as the glare he was receiving from the Sannin stung him deep. What did you tell to Kakashi? He must have been bugging you to tell Naruto for some time now. Jiraiya asked in a hollow voice. That in the letter Minato told me to tell Naruto after he becomes at least a Chunin, or I deem him strong enough. Snap. The armrest of Jiraiya's chair flew to the side of the office, hit the wall and snapped in two, causing the Hokage to fall silent. The Sannin's hand trembled as he clenched it into a fist. Damn it, sensei. There was no such bullshit in that letter. Don't, he exclaimed when the Hokage opened his mouth to protest. I was there when Minato wrote both letters. He asked me to help him with them as soon as Kushina told him she was pregnant. He was afraid that with being the Hokage he could die at any moment, and those letters should have served as a backup plan. I still remember the exact words. Please. Tell him when the time's right. I trust you to spot such a moment. That's what the letter said. Jiraiya growled and had to stand up and walk around the room to calm himself down. I screwed up, didn't I? The Hokage mumbled. Depressed. You did. You think he'll forgive me? You'll have to ask him. I'm sorry. Apologize to him, not to me, sensei. The old Konoha leader looked so pitiful and frail at the moment, that Jiraiya's anger slowly diminished and he shook his head. What's done is done, sensei. But he's a good kid. He'll come around. Now, take me to the girl. The Hokage nodded and stood up. Sometime later, he and the legendary Sannin, probably the two most powerful shinobi present in Konoha, strained their ears as they stood behind the doors to Sakura's room, listening to Naruto's monologue. As I know about some dirty, nasty things happening within Konoha. Jiraiya glanced at the Hokage with a meaningful stare, causing the older man to lower his head in shame. Together, they listened to the rest and hastily hid themselves when the sound of steps from within the room could be heard. The blonde genin emerged from the room, looking forward with resolve burning in his eyes, and the two men nodded to themselves. Inside the room, Jiraiya looked over the seal on Sakura's neck and hummed to himself, before putting his glowing hand above it. It's incredible she's still alive. Orochimaru's seal pushes his malicious chakra into the victim's system and tries to overcome its defenses with one of the strongest emotion there is, hatred. Moreover, it eats out the victim's chakra as a compensation for the increase in abilities you receive from the mark. Only individuals with exceptionally strong will or large chakra reserves are supposed to survive, but I thought there was no such quality within this girl. Well, isn't love the strongest emotion? The Hokage piped in. Jiraiya snorted. A bit cliché, don't you think, sensei? Orochimaru's seal beaten by the love of a 12-year-old girl. Sounds pathetic if you ask me. After a moment of silence, he continued. However, it would be quite poetic. Though I don't think this is the case. At least not solely. You mentioned the girl has a strong will, not exceptionally strong, but for a girl of her age strong nevertheless. Coupled with the fact that she's crushing on the Uchiha kid, well, I still think it's too far-fetched, but you're right. Hatred should be possible to counter with love. End of flashback. Naruto didn't even blink, didn't say anything or even twitch as he stared at the legendary Sannin. His mind was completely blank and the only thing he was aware of was the loud buzzing sound in his ears, the sound of his blood rushing into his head. Completely floored, he had to forcibly restart all of his senses. What? What? He stuttered, his breathing a bit elevated. Jiraiya grimaced. The blonde was taking the news exactly as he had expected he would. Ask. You have the right to do so. Naruto swallowed, feeling the drought in his throat, and rubbed his eyes. He lowered his head and supported it with his right hand. Ooh. Okay. Just. Give me a second. After a moment, when he was finally able to put his thoughts into words, he opened his mouth again. So, first things first. You are my godfather. Jiraiya's eyebrows shot so high, they practically disappeared. Surprise written all over his face, a tiny amount of joy played within his eyes when he heard his first question. Yes. Why haven't you ever visited me? Through gritted teeth, a hollow laugh escaped Naruto's mouth. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and shook his head, even though the blonde couldn't see him do it. I did. What? Naruto's head jerked up and he stared at the man in great shock. Jiraiya painfully smiled at him. I thought as much when you didn't recognize me right away. That seal must have messed up some of your memories. I'm not claiming I was always here, but until 4 years ago, I did visit you several times. Forcing the single tear threatening to flow from his eye back, Naruto rapidly blinked several times. His mouth was open, ready to protest and reject Jiraiya's words. He couldn't dig up any memory containing the man. But the same way his chest had hurt when he'd first seen the man a few minutes ago, it hurt again, urging him to accept the reality. Jiraiya was really telling the truth. Really. He couldn't hold the tear back anymore and he quickly raised his hand and wiped his face. Yeah, you were a good kid and one of the few reasons I actually liked returning to Konoha. But after what happened to you, after you got that seal, I snapped, and for the next 4 years I used many of my resources to find out who did that to you, among other things. The Sannin nodded with a grim expression. Hey, so I do have something like a family. The blonde sniffled and gulped down the sadness. Seeing as the man was waiting for him to say something, he shrugged. I don't remember you, sorry. But, something tells me you're not lying to me. I'm still angry and I feel bitter, but don't worry about it. I honestly thought the first thing you would do after hearing me out would be bolt out of here, cursing and yelling at me. I guess you're more mature than I thought you were. Jiraiya's hand moved forward as he reflexively went to ruffle his godson's head but stopped himself, and with a pained grimace, he just patted him on the shoulder. With a sad smile, Naruto chuckled. Yeah. I'm really not. It's just, I want to hear more. During the short silence that fell between the two of them, Jiraiya cleared his throat. So, do you think you could forgive the old man for not telling you about him knowing about the seal? Naruto tensed a little but nodded with a sigh. I want to rage at him, but really, do I even have a reason to? You said neither of you could have done anything about the seal, and it's not like it's his fault I got it in the first place. If he'd told me about it sooner, I probably wouldn't have known how to react. I was a bit of an idiot with the seal. A wide grin appeared on the Sannin's face. The attitude of a real shinobi. They shared a laugh, but then the blonde grew serious, a grim expression forcing its way to his face. Then there is the other thing. You clearly mentioned my parents, and since you are my godfather it means you knew them. They weren't really simple merchants, were they? Jiraiya's shoulders drooped and he closed his eyes for a moment. While telling Naruto about the time he returned to Konoha and talked with the Hokage, he purposely changed the narration of his memory and left out the part where he talked about Minato and the letters. It was only out of consideration. He did plan on telling the kid the truth, but not like that, using his flashback. No, they were not, and yes, I knew them. There were millions of things running through Naruto's mind as he sucked in air at that statement. He was finally about to hear the truth about his heritage, about his family. Many emotions flowed through him. Anticipation, excitement and joy from hearing the truth, disappointment, frustration and anger at the Hokage for not telling him, fear, anxiety and sadness from what the truth could imply. He was almost afraid the truth would break his shell and his emotions would burst out from him, unable to remain contained within him. He was afraid the truth would hurt, that he would do or say things he would regret later. He'd waited for so long and now, so suddenly the wait was over. Maybe it was a bad idea, maybe he should have mentally prepared himself first. But it was in Naruto's nature, to plunge into things head first, spontaneously. Even though he was now more mature, more level-headed and, in the true sense of the word, more intelligent, his impulsive and instinctive nature was still there. Was my father the fourth Hokage? He couldn't stand the moment anymore and asked in one breath, all of his emotions contained within that single question. For his part, with his eyes still closed, Jiraiya didn't even twitch and took a deep breath before opening his eyes and giving Naruto a hard stare. Yes, smack. Naruto was on all four, one of his fists embedded deep into the ground and bleeding from the powerful punch. Tears were flowing from his eyes and he was unable to control his emotions anymore. He cried. He cried tears of happiness. He cried tears of anger. Tears of anguish. Tears of joy, of confusion. He felt betrayed yet protected. Lonely, abandoned and yet surrounded by warmth. He wept. He groaned. He growled and screamed. By no means was it a simple temper tantrum. No. This was a genuine overflow of raw emotion. It took several minutes before his emotions finally died down and he fell silent. Throughout his emotional roller coaster, Jiraiya had just sat there, his expression that of a stone, but there was a definite amount of depression behind this mask. He wanted to help his godson but he didn't dare. He knew only the blonde himself could do it. Why? Naruto choked out the question, which, while seemingly simple enough, was filled with infinitely more. And Jiraiya understood all of it. Because the Hokage is getting old and thought you couldn't handle it before becoming a Chunin. Because Kakashi couldn't go against the Hokage's orders. Because there is a letter with which Minato himself wanted to tell you. Because Minato was a genius and thought you could do great things with Kyuubi's assistance. Because he believed you could handle its power. Because he sacrificed his life for your survival. Because he naively believed people would hail you as the village hero who holds back the monster. Because the villagers are filled with hatred and prejudice. Because they are also mind-bogglingly ignorant and the biggest hypocrites I've ever seen. Because the world is not a nice place to live and life itself is not fair. Because both your parents loved you more than you think. Because they believed you could change the whole world. And because I believe that too. Pulling his hand out of the soil, Naruto fell on his butt and leaning backwards. He gazed upon the clear, blue sky above his head, the last of his tears slowly drying up, and laughed in disbelief. He sniffled, took a few breaths and lay down on his back. He felt exhausted, saying it so honestly, you took all of my anger and popped it like a balloon. Tell me, Sage-san, how am I supposed to feel right now? Because I don't know. Jiraiya is fine. You don't need to call me names, Naruto. It feels a bit uncomfortable to call you like that, though. I'm sure you'll get used to it. I refuse to let my godson call me honorable names, when honorable I am not. Fine. Jiraiya. The Toad Sage smiled appreciatively and let out a long sigh. How are you supposed to feel? Nobody knows but you. There is no precedence. How you feel is how you should feel. Nobody can or should tell you how you're supposed to feel. You're a free person, not a slave. I guess. Naruto replied after a short pause. What about my mum? He inquired further in a nervous, uneasy tone. Kushina Uzumaki, one of the strongest kunoichi I had the honor to know. Beat the crap out of me and your dad on more than one occasion. Jiraiya chuckled, a wave of melancholy washing over him as he remembered a woman with bright red hair wildly fluttering in the wind. Did she abandon me? Snapping open his eyes, Jiraiya instantly abandoned out of his trip down memory lane. What? No, of course not. Why would you even think that? I just thought that after the Kyuubi was sealed into me. Jiraiya snorted. Kid, if your mother did that, another version of your Kushina would come out from a different timeline and beat the crap out of her. No, she would never abandon her child. Though I understand why you could think that. But no, she died, along with your father, when they protected you from a certain death. Ah, I see. You okay, Naruto? Naruto smiled at the sky. Yeah, I just learned that my parents loved me, believed in me and gave their lives so I could live. I also found my godfather. I'm happy. Though don't think this is over, Dad. You're still not completely forgiven. Some nice words from my godfather won't be nearly enough. You too, old man. Kakashi-sensei. We'll see. Ellipsis. Since Naruto felt really mentally drained after the talk he shared with Jiraiya, he just let the clones do his entire training session while he talked further with his godfather, who was eager to catch up with him as much as he could. That was one thing Naruto had to give the man. Even though he was clearly hungry for his godson's affection, he wasn't pushy. He gave him enough space, tried not to overstep the boundaries the blonde had clearly set between them for the time being, and didn't pry anything Naruto himself was not comfortable sharing. It would take some time before he was able to accept the man as a family, but he was sure he could eventually do it. No matter how much he would try to deny it, Naruto missed somebody he could talk to like this. A father figure. Kakashi, as much as he tried, could really only be eventually considered an older brother. The Hokage on the other hand was too, well, he was like a grandfather figure to him. With all these new revelations though, he felt a bit more distant, and Naruto realized that no matter how kind he was and how kind he acted, the Hokage was Konoha's leader first and foremost. And he had his own grandchild. Knowing that, Jiraiya was probably the person who could fill the void within him. You said you've been watching me train for a week. Jiraiya nodded with a serious gaze. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, I did, and I never tried to hide myself very well. That you didn't notice me sooner is a bit. He trailed off and leaned on the tree. I heard from Kakashi that you were quite suspicious of a person called Kabuto just because he knew about your abilities too much. Well, the way I see it, if he was skilled at hiding, he could have easily watched you train just as I did. You kind of suck as sensing others. Oi, that's no fair, you're a freaking Sannin. Naruto protested with a frown. Jiraiya held up his hands. Not blaming you. On the contrary, I think you and your friend Sasuke are onto something. But one thing remains, if you want to be a proper Chunin, you should be able to sense people peeping on you on some level. Right, Jiraiya laughed. Don't get so down, Naruto. Now you have a legendary Sannin as your godfather. Forget Sasuke, I'll teach you so many things you'll soon be on par with Kakashi. He waggled his eyebrows at the blonde who burst into laughter at the face the man was making. Thanks, but I prefer training alone. The enthusiasm in the Sannin's eyes quickly died down. You sure? Sasuke is getting training from Kakashi, and while he may not look like it, that guy is in his own league. You mean he's stronger than you? Biwahaha, nice one, kid. Seriously though, are you really sure? Naruto rubbed his head and averted the man's gaze. I think, he mumbled and squirmed, trying to come up with some sort of a good reason why he would refuse such an offer from one of the strongest shinobi in Konoha. Scrunching up his nose, he scratched his head and grinned. Ah, you know what? It would be really stupid of me not to accept some advice from a Sannin. I want to keep training the things I've already begun to train, but some pointers on how to train more effectively wouldn't hurt. He finally gave in and smiled a little. Jiraiya nodded in acknowledgement. Good answer. From what I've seen, your training is sufficient and adequate. I think you're doing well. However, I think there are areas in which I could be of great help. You appear to think quickly on foot, and from what I've heard, your strategies are unpredictable, but there is a room for improvement. I can help you gain more knowledge than you could with just the help of books. The last thing is Fuinjutsu. I'm a seal master of my own, second best only to Minato and Kushina in Konoha. He listed and noticed the look of awe at Naruto's face. My parents were seal masters. And you're one too. Cool. I've been reading all those books but I got only to the third level before I began to get lost in all the information. Jiraiya raised his eyebrow. Third level on his own. That's already bordering the beginner level. Is it because of his Uzumaki genes? He wondered. Okay. Get the book. I'll show you how to do seals even without ink and paper. Ellipsis. A week and a half later. 8:35 a.m. Naruto. Test. Test. This is a test. Hey Fu-san, it's Naruto. If you see this message it means that I have finally been able to finish the seal. So, if this works, write something back, anything. I should receive it. 8:36 a.m. Fu. Yay, you did it. It works. I saw the words appearing on my piece, it was really weird and, whoa, my words are slowly vanishing too. Kind of a bizarre feeling, hee. By the way, what's with the, san? Just call me Fu like you did here. 8:40 a.m. Naruto. That was a really fast response. Do you carry that piece of paper with you all the time? Ha ha. 8:45 a.m. Fu. Maybe. Is it weird? It is, isn't it? I'm sorry. 8:47 a.m. Naruto. No, it's not weird. I was just teasing you, sorry. So, it seems that this thing really works. Though I need to confirm some things if you don't mind. Fu. Okay, no problem, fire away. 8:50 a.m. Naruto. Okay, first question is about the speed of the transfer. Try to answer this message as fast as you can, one letter is sufficient. Fu. Okay, 8:52 a.m. Naruto. The speed appears to be almost instantaneous. Moving next, how long does the sent message last? 8:53 a.m. Fu. Well, I thought my piece works the same way as yours. I mean, I see your message at the upper part of the paper and it stays there until I began to write a reply. After that, it slowly vanishes along with my reply. 8:55 a.m. Naruto. Yes, I designed both of them to work that way, I just wanted to see a confirmation from you. That's really swell. I don't think I can see anything wrong with the seal and the seal itself seems to hold. Just in case, though, I did design a special seal on my piece of paper. If the seal for transferring messages fails, you should see something of an alert on your piece. If that happens, just apply a bit of your chakra in the paper and the connection should rebuild itself. I hope you understood me. 9:05 a.m. Fu. Push my chakra in if I see an alert. Got it. 9:08 a.m. Naruto. Good. So, how's everything on your side? I mean, how are you? 9:25 a.m. Fu. Sorry, had to think about the reply. I'd say, everything's superb. I don't know how you did it, but the new leader of our village is really intent on befriending me. He's trying really hard to change the village opinion of me. I've even been to the village with him and nobody tried to harm me. Some kids actually came to me and thanked me for saving the village. I tried to tell them that the credit mainly goes to you and your team but they wouldn't budge. I almost cried that day. The adults are still skeptic and don't really trust me but they stopped outright hating me. It's something. And it's all thanks to you. If and when you come visit, I don't know how I can repay you. I'll have to think of something. So, prepare yourself Naruto-kun. 10 a.m. Naruto. I think I've just find out that my new sensei is kind of a huge pervert. If you heard what he just suggested, no, it's better that you didn't. Anyway, I'm happy for you. It's really nice that things are changing for you. I'm actually a bit jealous. Just kidding. And you give me too much credit. I only fulfilled my mission. There's no need for you to repay me. 10:12 a.m. Fu. Did he suggest something perverted? Well, you are cute but tell him I'm not a pedophile. Maybe in a few years. Actually, you have a new sensei. What happened? 10:25 a.m. Naruto. Fu. You're just adding fuel to the fire. Now I'll have to spend the day listening to something he calls the talk. I think I know what it is and I have a bad feeling about it. Yeah, Well, I'm sure you heard about the Chunin exams. Well, Sasuke and I, that's the emo, brooding teammate of mine, actually, he's better now, have passed into the finals. Since Sasuke is an Uchiha and possesses a Sharingan and my previous sensei, Kakashi-sensei, has one too, he decided to focus on him. Before you say anything, he offered to help me with my training too but I refused. 10:50 a.m. Fu. You'll live through it, don't worry. Yes, some nasty genin from our village went there too but I heard they've all already returned. I see, so who's your sensei now? 10:55 a.m. Naruto. It's my godfather. I found out I had one just over a week ago. How crazy is that? He doesn't want me to tell you his name but he's a really strong shinobi. I should tell you he's the best and the most awesome shinobi Konoha has ever produced. He's a bit narcissistic, and a bit perverted. Okay, scratch that, very perverted. But I have already learned so much from him. Without him, I think I wouldn't have been able to finish this seal for another month or two. 11:05 a.m. Fu. Then I suppose I should thank him too. Thank you, Ero-sensei. And I'm happy for you. 11:20 a.m. Naruto. Oh, my God, Ero-sensei. I think I'm going to die from laughing so much. It's so perfect. I think I may steal this nickname. You know what? You wanted to repay me for my help and I think you just did. Ero-sensei. Haha. 11:28 a.m. Fu. You're welcome. I take it he's not very amused, is he? 11:30 a.m. Naruto. Nope. Serves him right. Well, I'm glad we've been able to make this thing work but I think I'm going to return to my training. However, feel free to write anytime you see anything suspicious or if you just feel like. I'm your friend and that's what they do, right? 11:35 a.m. Fu. Okay, I've thought of you as a friend ever since you gave me that paper, so you don't have to be so shy about it. We're friends. Oh, one last thing now that you mentioned something suspicious. I sometimes wander far away from our village and the last time I did, that's yesterday, I ended somewhere at the borders with the land of forests. It wasn't my first time there, though. There is something rotten and vile in there. I don't know what. Many snakes live there, an unnatural amount of them. But it's just the part near the borders. And this time, I saw some weird shinobi around there. I couldn't see symbols on their Hittite. But what I could see clearly was that they were transporting some girl. It didn't look like she was going very willingly. What was odd that she was a shinobi of that land's hidden village, Kusagaker. 11:42 a.m. Naruto. You have no idea what you just found out. My sensei says he has been trying to find out hideouts of a certain dangerous man and one of them was supposed to be somewhere in the land of forests. Maybe it's just a coincidence but you know shinobi doesn't trust in such a thing. Thanks for telling me this. Oh, and just in case, what did the girl look like? 11:48 a.m. Fu. So I should probably keep away, huh? If I recall correctly, she had bright red hair and was wearing glasses. Ellipsis. As soon as Naruto wrote his goodbye to Fu, he raised his head and stared at Jiraiya for a long minute. The Sannin returned the gaze with a thoughtful expression. You really think it's one of Orochimaru's hideouts? Jiraiya grimaced and with narrowed eyes, shrugged. I'm not one to foolishly trust a source I have never met but, it's plausible. Those weird shinobi are probably his henchmen. The fact that they apparently kidnapped a girl just supports my theory and connects with what I already know, and why do I have the feeling there's something you're not telling me? The sage raised an eyebrow when he noticed some hesitation in the blonde's movements. Naruto frowned and scratched his head. I wrote to Fu that shinobi don't believe in coincidences but the thing is, I think I know who that girl was and if the theory I had about her is right, it would fit the reason behind her kidnapping and how she could interest Orochimaru. That seemed to increase Jiraiya's interest and he closely studied his grandson's face. Go on. Naruto sighed. Okay, here goes. If and I repeat if, that girl is the one I saw during the Chunin exams and that's really possible as she was wearing Kusagaker's Hittite and too, had glasses, then her name is Karen. I did some reading when I heard that the Uzumaki used to be a clan and, he trailed off and Jiraiya stared at him in surprise. You think she's an Uzumaki? She could be. I mean, I read that every Uzumaki had bright red hair, apart from me, obviously. But it's not just that. I saw her healing her teammate by letting him bite her with my own eyes. She did nothing else. She just let him bite her and his injuries healed almost as fast as mine do, maybe even faster. Naruto explained. With his right hand at his mouth, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and rubbed his lower lip. That's definitely interesting. It's a 50-50 chance. There were people outside the Uzumaki clan who possess red hair, but coupled with that incredible healing ability, you just might be right. And certainly, Orochimaru would be interested in somebody like her, damn. It's worth investigating, but not right now. Yeah, sure, could I come along? Jiraiya frowned at the innocent question from the innocent-looking blonde. If it's Orochimaru's hideout, it'd be too dangerous for you. I'm a Sannin, but even I can't fight Orochimaru and look out for you at the same time. But, he trailed off, causing Naruto's disappointed face to brighten up. I understand your sentiment. If she really is an Uzumaki, then it would make her your family. However, if you want to go with me, you need to step up your training and get stronger. I won't take you with me until you at least force me to dodge one of your attacks. Naruto gulped. So far, he'd sparred with the sage a few times, and each time, he had been completely and utterly outclassed, even when the man wasn't really trying. What his godfather was asking from him was ridiculous, but Naruto wasn't one to back down from a challenge. You're on. One spar and a beaten, dirty, and whining genin later, Jiraiya sat next to him silently until the blonde managed to breathe normally and then reached inside his pocket. You said you read about the Uzumaki clan, so you must have discovered your mother's name before I told you, right? Lying on his back, Naruto massaged his stomach and nodded while panting. Yeah, only two. Uzumaki and Konoha were important enough to be mentioned in the book. Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage, and Kushina Uzumaki, the wife of the fourth Hokage. I suspected she could have been my mum, but I couldn't be sure. There was no photo of her. With a confused expression, Jiraiya snorted. Kid, don't tell me you never saw the bingo book. Your mom has quite the entry in it. There's even her photo in it. And it's public information. You could have gotten it anytime. On the ground, Naruto froze. What? Jiraiya heartily laughed. Yep. Do you think Minato would marry just any girl? Like I said, she was an exceptional kunoichi. He said in an irritatingly happy voice. Seeing the pitiful expression on Naruto's face, though, he decided to be merciful and took the hand in his pocket out. Here, I wanted to give you this as soon I told you about them. A single picture landed on Naruto's chest and he eagerly picked it up to see a young, married couple happily smiling at the photographer. The man with blonde hair was tenderly touching the woman's bulging abdomen. Naruto quickly wiped the single tear from his eye. She was beautiful, and equally strong. Ellipsis. There has been one thing bugging me for quite some time now. Jiraiya muttered all of a sudden. He was watching Naruto's shadow clones train after he finished writing something in one of his small books. What is it? Your shadow clones. Naruto turned his head sideways to frown at the sage. What's wrong with them? Jiraiya clicked his tongue and with a grimace mentally counted the amount of clones busy with doing whatever the original ordered them to do. You have about 100 clones training, right? Sounds about right. For how long you've been training like this so far? 2.5 months. Roughly. He raised one eyebrow when Jiraiya stared at him with serious expression. And you've felt no side effects. You remember all the information your clones have passed on to you. Naruto slowly shook his head. That's complicated. Amuse me. With a sigh, Naruto closed the book he had been reading, but not before putting a bookmark in it. Well, I probably understand what you're asking. It is almost impossible to absorb and organize that much information at once. I mean, it's doable when we're talking just about passing the experience of trying to master jutsu. The amount of information when, for example, 20 of my clones try to learn and master fire release. Great fireball jutsu is easy to take in even if I release them all at once every day. It's just a matter of remembering hand seals and how to properly build and expunge my chakra into the technique. Those are mostly small details that my mind and body incorporate almost unconsciously. It's what is the term? It's a cognitive process. He explained with his brow creased in a frown. Jiraiya had the same expression, and after a moment, he nodded the blonde to continue. Right, so learning jutsu is fine. Of course, the mental stress even from that gets to be too much after a few weeks, so I give myself some breaks. At the beginning, I had my clones also go into the library and read stuff for me, but I had to stop with that. I just do it when I want to find some new technique. Aside from that, nowadays I just go to library myself as it became problematic. The amount of data when my clones read about strategy, herbs, and other stuff I deemed interesting was too much to handle after the clones dispelled. It was a long flow of information that passed on to me in an instant, and there was no way I could take all that information and organize it in a way that would allow me to remember it. Although, at first on some level it worked, but I think it was because my brain was so empty. He chuckled but continued soon after that. In a way, back then I was a bit naive. I thought I would just create an army of clones, divide them into groups and let them work while I did something else, but I had to slowly make changes. You saw how I train now. I use clones only when I need experience with training the use of my jutsu, not just for information worth a few books. Even then I have to take an occasional break, as I already mentioned. Finished with his explanation, Naruto looked at the sage, who was nodding in admiration. That's exactly what I wanted to ask, and I actually wasn't expecting such an intelligent response, no offense. You didn't strike me as a savant. More mature than a kid, but not by much. Although, from what I hear, you got where you are now using the long road of the try and fail method. Good to know you're not perfect. Jiraiya smirked at the genin, who tried to look offended but had no luck. Can't argue with that. I was a bit slow even after Kyuubi dissolved that seal. It's only experience that's helped me. One thing though, I can't believe somebody like you managed to hold out on using more clones. When I heard you train using shadow clones, I thought I'd see as many clones as you could create with your reserves. The sage said with a shrug. I did try. Bad headache, Naruto admitted and scratched his head in embarrassment. The only response was Jiraiya's laughter that continued to echo within the area for several long minutes. Ellipsis. The following day, Konoha Shinobi Council meeting. And as it is unclear what the objectives of said group are, Jiraiya advises caution. We still don't even know what Orochimaru's purpose in Konoha is. One thing is clear, though. During the clash between Orochimaru and Anko, the former warned us not to stop the Chunin exams. The Hokage finished his explanation about the current situation as he put his large hat down on the table. There is another suspicious thing. Kabuto Yakushi, supposedly a shinobi of genin rank from Konoha, turned out to be a spy from the Hidden Sound. If there was a vague connection between him and Orochimaru, it has now become quite clear. As per Jiraiya's information, Orochimaru is indeed the leader of the Hidden Sound village. I think this speaks for itself. With a mild cough, a sickly-looking Jonin raised his hand. I think I must have missed the alert. How do we, know that this Yakushi guy is a spy? The Hokage nodded to Hayate and expectantly glanced at his own son, sitting in the corner. I accidentally came across him when I was visiting Choji in the hospital, and I found him just when he knocked down the genin team from Kusugakure and kidnapped one of its members. I tried to apprehend him, but the rat managed to slip through my fingers. Funny thing is, he blatantly told me Orochimaru was interested in the girl. I don't know the reason, though. But one thing remains, that Yakushi brat is no genin. He's dangerous, Asuma said, lighting up a cigarette. Hayate coughed again, but it seemed that this time it was from surprise. Certainly, if he escaped from you, he's not a genin. Although one thing doesn't add up. Being so skilled, it was sloppy of him to get caught like that. Indeed, the Hokage said thoughtfully. You think it was on purpose? Asuma grimly chuckled. Personally, I think it was more of his way of mocking Konoha. That even doing it so sloppy was enough. I interacted with him for barely a minute, but under that calm and pleasant demeanor, he's clearly hiding something sadistic and troublesome. No doubt Orochimaru's influence. Yes, we should look out for him, but I want to return to what you said about Orochimaru and the Chunin exams. Homura brought attention back to the Hokage, who stroked his beard. It's only speculation and there is no proof. However, Orochimaru holds the power to destroy a small country by himself. Since he left Konoha and became a missing nin, many countries must have set their eyes on him. Plus, he coincidentally has a grudge against Konoha, any country would want him. He said, subtly pushing a small threat into the room. You mean, no way, are you saying one of our allies has joined with Orochimaru to betray Konoha? Rado Namiyashi, one of the Hokage's elite bodyguards, exclaimed in disbelief. The one to reply to him was Kakashi. Allies, the alliance agreement is nothing more than a verbal promise. It hasn't prevented great wars in the past. With this, the other villages participating in the exams are now becoming suspicious. Iwagakure even more so. They are not our allies and so they are the most likely to be the ones to join forces with Orochimaru. Isn't the Tsuchikage still holding that grudge against the fourth? Another one of the Hokage's bodyguards, Genma Shiranui, muttered through gritted teeth, eagerly chewing on a senbon. Then what is the purpose of the group slowly coming here from the east? I can't imagine Iwagakure would join forces with Orochimaru. No, we're missing something, but what? Shikaku Nara shook his head negatively. I've got a good one for that. No jokes, Genma. Shikaku instantly rebuked the Tokubetsu Jonin, sweating bullets at the potential responses the young shinobi could give. Either way, the Hokage stated loudly, causing the commotion to cease. We don't yet have enough information. Let's not worry needlessly. If push comes to shove, we will fight. The situation is uneasy and I want you all to be prepared for combat. However, do not be overly paranoid. We already have Anbu gathering information on other countries. Plus, I trust you guys. Our assembled strength, our will of fire, will not allow Konoha to be destroyed. It seemed that with this the meeting was over, but another question was heard. What about the girl in the interrogation cell? She still hasn't said a thing. The Hokage glanced at the back of the room. Ibiki, Anko, yes, I wanted to bring this up myself. She finally agreed to cooperate but she had the guts to list her conditions which are irrelevant at the moment. Ibiki began and, under the gaze of the Hokage, skipped the redundant information. The point is, the girl doesn't know much. But what she knows is quite important. Orochimaru is apparently very interested in the body of Sasuke Uchiha. The reason has something to do with Orochimaru's previous affiliation with some shady group where he met Itachi Uchiha. The name of the most infamous Konoha traitor made the whole room go deadly silent. Her team's job was to bring the Uchiha kid to near death using any means necessary. Probably to trigger the curse mark he was supposed to receive. Under further pressure she admitted she heard from one of her female comrades that Orochimaru was planning something big. It involves the use of some sort of a barrier within Konoha. Moreover, he plans on using some sort of forbidden jutsu. The girl didn't know more but her female comrade advised her to try and escape to any other country as she was most likely not going to return from Konoha alive. The man with the bandana over his head finished, his words causing grim expressions to grow on everybody's faces. That is some unsettling news. Thank you Ibiki, Anko. The Hokage nodded to the duo appreciatively and lit up his pipe. I think this changes things, Hokage-sama. Shikaku noted in a serious tone. It does. It seems that there will be some fighting after all. The final question is, which country is going to side with Orochimaru? Ellipsis. This, then you do this and this and this. Jiraiya slowly explained the small additions to the seal on a small piece of paper that Naruto had drawn earlier that day. Now this seal doesn't completely prevent the chakra from flowing as it did for you in the Forest of Death. While it was probably the best thing you could have done, if she had had that seal on her for longer, it could have done much damage. Once a shinobi starts to use his chakra network, it is dangerous to completely shut it off. What I did was add a few limiters and now, basically, the seal only allows the minimum amount of chakra needed for the bodily functions to flow through the network. You can tighten the seal to further close off the flow or loosen it to allow more chakra to flow. You can also modify the seal so it would just continuously drain chakra from the victim. It's either for rendering him harmless or, with enough imagination, you can connect it to a storage seal. Use that to store your enemy's chakra which you can then use to perform jutsu without losing anything from your reserves. Hearing the lengthy description, Naruto let out a deep sigh as he tried to remember every small detail. You weren't kidding when you said you were good in fuinjutsu. That's some good stuff. Imagine the possibilities. Jiraiya smirked but was inwardly happy that his godson seemed greatly interested in seals. Just like his father used to be. Damned brat managed to pass him soon after that. And were barely touching the intermediate level. Damn. The sage let Naruto study the new seal for a while longer, content with the heavy concentration on his face. Is it similar to what you did to Sakura? The question surprised him and he scrunched his chin up. Only remotely. I just modified the seal Kakashi put on her. When Naruto waited for more, Jiraiya chuckled. The seal Kakashi put on Sakura is called evil sealing method. It would have been enough if the one who had gotten Orochimaru's curse mark had had stronger willpower. It's not enough for the girl. I'm sure you saw how she looked the first days. I had to add more details to the seal. We'll see how that works out, but don't hold your breath. From what I know about the curse mark, only 1 in 10 people survive the marking and then are able to live with some degree of freedom. What had started lightly ended in a serious tone. It made Naruto clench his fists, but he was thankful to his godfather. At least the man didn't try to sugarcoat the possible outcome. Isn't there any way to remove the seal? If there is, nobody has found it so far. Damn. Jiraiya sighed. Okay. Enough of that. Were you able to grasp everything I did with your seal? With a nod, Naruto handed him the paper. Like a true Uzumaki. Jiraiya grinned, trying to dissipate the tense atmosphere. Speaking of the Uzumaki, you told me a lot but I still don't get one thing. If they were surprised, how come I've never seen anything that would honor them? I've never come across any relic or monument. The blonde frowned at his new teacher. Jiraiya froze for a moment and then raised both of his eyebrows. Oh. I never took you there, huh? Half an hour later, the two of them stood on the outskirts of Konoha in front of a rundown shrine, while Naruto was busy staring at the giant replica of the Uzumaki clan's spiral symbol at the entrance of the temple. What is this? I've never noticed it before. He muttered in disbelief. This is the Uzumaki clan's mask storage temple. Most likely the only thing that remains after the Uzumaki clan. Your legacy and, by all rights, your property. That's. Jiraiya grimaced, preparing himself for the inevitable angry shouting only to smile at his godson's reaction. So cool. Ellipsis. She woke up. Really? Naruto halted his actions immediately and dropped the piece of wood he was trying to place a seal on. The news had reached him while he was busy trying to repair and refine the Uzumaki shrine. In the midst of an inexplicable series of emotional waves, his mouth widened into a smile. Well, I should go and see her, right? Jiraiya shrugged and watched the blonde pick up his things and mentally command his clones located at a different place to continue training. You tell me. I thought you didn't like her. I don't. Much. She's still my teammate though, a comrade. There's no need for liking each other in a team, as long as you respect each other. Although, I have to admit, she was beginning to behave like a normal person before she fell into the coma. So, in time, maybe we can be friends. Same with Sasuke, Naruto explained while moving towards the hospital with the sage next to him. When the building came into view, Jiraiya stopped and motioned for the genin to go on without him. I'm not needed there. I already checked up on the seal and so far, everything is fine. Okay. Within the hospital, the blonde wandered through the halls for a bit and then took a sharp turn for a right room. As he approached, he spotted Kakashi closing the door behind him. Hey Kakashi-sensei, you came to visit too? Slightly turning his head to the side, Kakashi nodded. Of course, she's one of my students. The Jonin trailed off as he fully took in Naruto's appearance. It may sound strange but you seem stronger. More confident. Naruto grinned. I am. Tell Sasuke I'm ready to kick his ass. Masking the snort coming from a distant hall, Kakashi cleared his throat and smiled. Sure, though he probably feels the same. He waved his hand and disappeared in a shunshin. Taking a deep breath, Naruto opened the door. Hey Sakura. Hey, Naruto. What awaited him inside was not quite the girl he remembered. The one lying in the hospital bed certainly didn't look and feel the same as the girl who used to bully him, who used to yell and scream at him, who used to fawn over Sasuke like a fangirl. The striking difference made him stare in disbelief, but he quickly got over it. Sakura turned to face him with an exhausted expression and eyes so depressed, he had to blink twice. He put the single flower he'd brought in the vase on her nightstand and sat down next to her bed. How are you feeling? I'm Fine. Just tired. Even the tone of her voice was lifeless. You sure? 'Cause you look like you've just came back from the dead. Naruto tried to rile her up but, instead of yelling, Sakura just weakly smiled. Yeah. Sasuke-kun said the same thing. He was here. She nodded. Yeah. He left with Kakashi-sensei. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Jerk. Didn't want to face me until the finals, huh, but you've managed to surprise me, Sasuke. Never had I thought you'd be the one to visit Sakura. He looked stronger. You do too, she said, mildly impressed. Yeah, well, we managed to pass into the finals so we're both training hard. Naruto admitted. I missed a lot, didn't I? She whispered after a moment of silence. Naruto frowned. He did want Sakura to lose her fangirl tendencies and become a serious kunoichi, but this was too much. Unable to cope with the tense and gloomy atmosphere for any longer, he sighed and jumped in the air. You sound like you have no chance of catching up. Reverse sexy no jutsu. While the thought of ever performing the techniques his past self had created for whatever reasons made him sweat in embarrassment, at this moment, he thanked his previous self for ever creating them. It was the perfect solution to the current situation where Sakura looked like she was giving up on life. It was quite out of his current behavior, but Naruto simply had to do something. A burst of smoke revealed the naked body of Sasuke Uchiha, aged a few years, with only his private areas covered by small amounts of mist. While not getting the exact desired reaction, Sakura did react to the perverted technique and it left her with a gaping mouth and large blush on her cheeks. A yelp later, she turned away. Naruto. See, cut it out, she squealed. Somewhat satisfied, Naruto ended the jutsu and shuddered from the weird sensation of being hinged into his teammate. Well, I did hope you would jump up from the bed and try to punch me, but it's still better than looking like a zombie. He noted in a calm voice. I idiot. Wait, how did you know that's what Sasuke-kun looks like? Sakura, now more alive, turned back to the blonde with a horror-struck face. Oi, I don't, it's just how I think an average shinobi looks. He raised his hands in defense. That just raises more questions. Sakura grimaced and, with a sigh, shook her head. Even then, thank you Naruto, for trying to improve my mood. She mumbled. Naruto silently nodded and turned around. Yeah, I think I should return to my training. I just came to confirm that my teammate is alive and well. He said and, waving his hand, left the room, leaving the girl smiling at the closed door with her eyes half opened. Thank you Naruto, for visiting me when I was out of it too. Thank you Kakashi-sensei for those words, I needed to hear them, and thank you Sasuke-kun. That was the only thing I'd ever wanted to hear from you. With a content smile, she slowly drifted into sleep. Ellipsis. Naruto was locked in a staring contest with his godfather, the sage, neither of them backing down from their non-verbal fight. While one of them was stubbornly refusing to even attempt the idea, the second one was stubbornly trying to push the idea onto the first one. At that moment, it was quite apparent why they were a family, even if not by blood. Why should I do it, Arrow Sage? I want to be strong on my own. I told you not to call me that, rude brat. And I've been telling you all along it is part of you, so why not use it? The two of them were back at the training area near the Forest of Death, Naruto's shadow clones scattered all around them, too preoccupied with finishing the mastery of the last jutsu to give a damn about what Jiraiya and the original were butting heads on. It was the same every time Jiraiya brought the subject up. After the first attempt, Naruto had refused to try it again. In time, you'll have to learn how to use Kyuubi's chakra. You've already managed to tap into it a few times, so what's the problem? And don't try to tell me that you want to be able to fight on your own again. Both of us know it's a stupid and poor excuse. The sage begged the blonde to hear the reason. With a long and deep sigh, Naruto grimaced and plopped on the ground. You don't understand, do you? To have this entity inside of you. Kyuubi did help me with the seal and even gave me advice, but it also warned me not to foolishly trust him. We're not friends, we're not buddies, hell, we're not even comrades. Mirroring his godson, Jiraiya sighed and sat down too. He rubbed his temples in frustration. This was one of the many things he disliked about brats in every stage of puberty. They were stubborn as hell, prideful, nosy, and irritating, and had a problem with authorities. And above all, They would not listen to reason even if their life depended on it. Which, in this case, it just might. Look, Naruto, I'm not saying you should befriend the Kyuubi. I get it, because of him your life wasn't exactly honey and sugar. Even I don't think I could call him my comrade just like that. However, you are the one who holds it. You are the jailer that holds the key to his cell. You are the one who's superior here. Naruto clicked his tongue and scowled. It's nothing like that. I don't want to be superior to anybody. I prefer the term comrade above all. That's not the point though. Then what is? When the blonde stayed silent for several minutes, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. Is it because you fear the villagers' reaction if they see you use it? A little. Screw them. Naruto's head almost hit his knee out of surprise. He quickly turned to the sage. What? Jiraiya shrugged. Were you ever worried about something like this? Not really. Then why start now? Look, I'm not trying to urge you to turn into Kyuubi. I'm talking about using just a small portion of his chakra. You couldn't even hope to do more without loosening the seal, and we're definitely not doing that so soon. Naruto sighed again and looked down at his feet. What was he really afraid of? Why was he so hesitant to try it? If it were Sasuke, he'd jump at the first chance of using something that could help him get stronger. Was he that much a coward? Or was it just him refusing to forgive Kyuubi for not telling him how exactly his parents had died? That he did it with his own claws. What is your dream, your goal, Naruto? He heard Jiraiya asking him. To keep my promise to Haku and to change the world of shinobi. Jiraiya whistled. That's even more grandiose and challenging than your previous dream of becoming a Hokage. You no longer want to become one, by the way. I think it's more or less implied that it's a step in achieving the final goal. I don't think a mere Jonin can change the world. The Sannin nodded sagely. Indeed. They call me a legendary Sannin, a toad sage, and I don't know what else, and even I haven't been able to achieve something like that, despite trying my whole life. And I'm just as strong as any Kage, mind you. It's your goal too? Naruto asked, surprised to hear that, while completely ignoring Jiraiya's boast. Yes, that is my life's purpose. That maybe wasn't the best thing to say as Jiraiya noticed Naruto's face growing gloomy. If somebody like him couldn't do it, what could a mere genin hope to achieve? He sighed. Look, sometimes you can't keep all of your promises. Especially not such absurd ones. You say you want to change and, with that, save the world of shinobi. Why not start with changing and saving yourself? Save yourself from all the hatred, fear and anxiety you hold within you. Change your outlook on life. Don't be a pessimist. Don't be an optimist. Don't be a realist. Don't be a pacifist. It's impossible to be. Combine everything and create your own unique personality, something that can challenge the world with its simple complexity. Otherwise, you have no hope of surviving in the reality of a shinobi's everyday life, not to mention changing it into something better. Naruto gulped. You speak difficult words and say difficult things, Jiraiya. I'm just a 12-year-old kid. I have enough troubles with just understanding your words. That's a pathetic excuse. You're better than that. Am I? Really? Quote ellipsis quote. That's it. Time for a spar. I see I have to beat that nonsensical idiocy from you by force. Ellipsis. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto panted as he slowly materialized within his own consciousness. The beat down Jiraiya so smugly gave him was in no way gentle. The man used many of his actual skills to trash him like a ragdoll. But Naruto wasn't angry at him. He was actually glad. It had worked just as the sage had intended. You hear, Kyuubi? After a minute of nothing but the irritating sound of water dripping down from the ceiling, he heard a growl. Why don't you come closer and find out, brat? Sorry. Allergic to furballs. That seemed to get a larger reaction, and the blonde had to suppress a girlish scream when a giant eye blinked open in front of him all of a sudden, just a few feet behind the cell's bars. The only indication of his bladder's urge to release all of his urine was a bead of sweat on his brow and a small tremble in his left fist. Acting almighty when I'm locked in here, are we? Let me out and I'll show you this, furball. Naruto raised his hand. Yeah, enough of the pissing contest. You know I still haven't forgiven you for what you so nicely told me about the death of my parents, but you know that's not why I'm here. He said in a stern voice. Indeed I do. You want to learn how to use my chakra. The Kyuubi growled in response, his canines, larger than Naruto's body, showing up in all their glory. If that's what you think, then you weren't listening carefully enough. I don't want to, but Jiraiya is right. I should do it nevertheless. And what if I refuse? The Kyuubi asked in an almost amused voice, largely different from his previous growls. Naruto untucked and raised his shirt to reveal his stomach with the Kyuubi's containment seal. Under Jiraiya's tutelage, I've learned how to forcefully drain your chakra and add it to my own so I can always do it myself, against your will. But I'd prefer if that weren't the case. Right now, I kind of hate you, but as Jiraiya pointed out, we're in this together. I die, you die. I live, you live. Kyuubi narrowed an eye. He knew very well that Naruto was bluffing. He was nowhere close to being able to manipulate the seal like that. But the nine-tailed fox was interested in what the boy would tell him, so he decided to play his cards. True, but unlike you, brat, I can just rematerialize after a few decades. I'm immortal. You are not. Naruto grinned. I'm not, and I don't ever want to be. However, I don't think that time when you're nothing more than a torn and wandering consciousness is very pleasant. Even for you. Just a nuisance, nothing more. Not one to back down easily. Naruto's grin didn't fade away. Well then, if you're immortal, then these 60 or so years of my life are nothing to you. Isn't watching me struggle in an attempt at controlling your power worth it? I bet it is. For an incredibly long moment Naruto just returned the gaze from a single red eye before loud and animalistic laughter filled the area. Hey, you are a funny one, brat. But I digress. For the last few months you have improved yourself just like you promised. The entertainment you provide me with is satisfactory. You deliver the goods. So do we have a deal? Kyuubi opened his second eye. Show me more at the finals and I will allow you to use as much chakra as the seal allows me to send you. Deal. With that, the blonde turned around and began to slowly disappear from his mindscape. He tilted his head to the side just when it became the only thing remaining. One more thing. I thought about your description of my parents' death and I know you're hiding something, just to let you know. And he was gone, leaving Kyuubi laughing once again, his voice echoing within the small space. The third Uzumaki and only the fourth person with such guts. Yes, show me what you can do, brat, amuse me more. Ellipsis. A few days before the finals. Naruto felt like he was petrified as the doctors and nurses frantically ran all around him in an attempt to find out the reason behind this unfortunate situation. His godfather wasn't standing beside him. He was over next to the bed, violently cursing as he furiously tried to handle the situation to the best of his capabilities. Enko was slumped in a chair with a grimace, trying to answer every question the sage had for her. So she was fine until which moment? He asked. Until she tried to build up chakra for AD rank jutsu. Shit. Enko unconsciously rubbed her neck. But the doctors said she was physically fine. It's been a week since she woke up and even I didn't see anything wrong with her. I did what you said and loosened up the seal only a little bit. She was still fine. She was fine even after she performed a simple henge. It was only after I told her to try to build up more chakra that she just. Enko trailed off and they all glanced at Sakura, sitting on the hospital bed with her head turning to all sides without any care in the world. Ooh. Sakura mumbled with a bit of drool flowing out of her mouth. Sakura. Naruto quietly spoke to her. She reacted to his voice and turned to him. Boo-ah. She tilted her head and pointed at him with a smile. But her eyes remained empty. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 9. X. Sakura's Nightmare, bonus chapter. I wake up and open my eyes to see nothing. Am I blind? No, that can't be. I slowly tilt my head to the side but still, I see nothing. It's the same when I look at the other side. Nothing. Completely, absolutely, inadvertently, there is nothing around me. Yet it feels like in an endless space I'm surrounded with something tangible. I support myself on my hands and sit. The palms of my hands are touching something but I can't see it. I can't feel it, I just know it's there. When I glance at what's underneath me, I gulp and feel the anxiety within me growing. The eternal darkness all around me makes it impossible to perceive anything. I can't even trust my eyes which think I'm floating. But I'm not. I'm clearly sitting on something. Or am I not? I stand up. My sense of balance goes haywire. It's like trying to stand on a cloud of black steam, slithering around my ankles. Even though my sense of touch is non-existent, I still know there is something touching me. Am I going insane? Inexplicably, I start to walk. I don't want to, but my legs move without my consent. My will isn't reaching them. I'm being compelled to move. Like the same poles of a magnet, the blackness behind me pushes me forward, making it impossible to just stop. So, I walk. I walk for a minute. I walk for an hour. How much time has passed? I walk endlessly. There is no end, no beginning. I smell nothing. I sense nothing. I hear nothing. I fear everything. I feel the pressure from all sides, forcing the anxiety within me to grow even more. I'm alone, lost in the void devoid of everything but fear. My mind is clear, yet my consciousness slips away from time to time. How long have I been here? An hour, a week, a month. A sense of time doesn't exist in this abyss. The abyss so deep, it's out of this world, out of a human's ability to comprehend it, and I fall through it. My fall is the walking forward. I'm losing it. I don't even know if I'm walking or falling down. Am I upside down? Am I hanging from the ceiling that isn't actually here? Where am I? I'm Sakura Haruno. That is one thing I know for sure. My memories, so fresh and so forgotten, flicker within my brain, and so I'm confused. I take a deep breath to try and calm myself down. Feeling the air filling my lungs, my eyes widen at the false sense of security. Is it oxygen I'm breathing, or is it some sort of drug that causes me to see this nothingness? I'm tired. I walked for so long my shoes would have been torn to little pieces if I had any. My feet are bare, but the skin on them is intact, even though it should have been bleeding. Does that mean I've been walking only for a moment? But it feels so long. Finally, I see a glimmer of hope in the form of a tiny light that illuminates the dark around it like the sun would in the night sky. I ignore my exhaustion and crawl to it. It's a small window, and I see a scene I don't remember ever seeing. I feel sick. My stomach protests, fights the brain, and I puke my guts out. The vomit flies away in a phantasmagoric waterfall falling down the abyss. Through the window I see a boy with raven hair I'm certain I recognize, yet no name shows up in my mind. I just know he's somebody important to me as my heart flutters when I see his face. That is the only pleasant thing at this moment. The rest is a product of the most disturbing nightmare I couldn't even hope to produce within my brain and mind. His body naked, the boy writhes in agony as countless snakes roam over his skin, bite him, and then roam underneath his skin, digging tunnels through his body. Blood pours out from every new hole the snakes creates in him in a disturbing river of crimson. He is being eaten alive from within, yet he can't die. Tattooed marks appear all over his body, creating an intricate web of seals which constrict him, bind him to a small ball of flesh hovering above him. The ball starts to move and cracks open to show a single eye of a humanoid snake, a golden eye with a slit for a pupil. Despite not seeing anything else, it is clear to me that the eye somehow appears to be satisfied, eerily happy with the result below him. I can't hold it in for any longer, and I puke again. As the snake pushes the boy's innards from within his abdomen and out, I avert my gaze. It is too much for me. I fall on my knees and I take a deep breath. My hands are trembling from the fear, the horror that paralyzes my brain. I finally remember the boy's name. Sasuke Uchiha, the one I love. I scream. Ellipsis. When my mind finally calms down and lets me comprehend the world again, I realize the window is gone, replaced with the never-ending darkness again. This time, however, I can see a blurry image hovering high above my head. There is no way for me to recognize it though. There is no definite shape, no color. It just forces me to acknowledge that something is there. I'm walking once again. I don't do it willingly. My body is being propelled forward, in a straight line, in the direction of an unseen trail of light. At the end of this trail, the light becomes visible, and a window filled with a flickering glow welcomes me like a mother welcomes her child, with open arms, waiting to hug him. The light, orange, almost red in color, feels warm, cozy, and I hear the distinct crackling of a fire. With hopeful eyes, I peek through the window to see a beautiful scene of love and tenderness. It's a couple of lovers sitting on a couch near a fireplace, the flames warming up the swollen belly of a red-haired woman. She is beautiful, stunning, and her motherly smile when rubbing her belly brings tears to my eyes. She is pregnant. The man sitting on the couch's armrest has unruly locks of blonde hair. There is something childishly dashing about him, but the serious undertone in his eyes makes it clear he's indeed a man. His face is the same, expressing happiness as he puts his own hand on his woman's belly and lovingly looks her in the eye. He whispers something I cannot hear, and the woman cutely blushes and gives him a peck on the lips. I can almost feel the warmth spreading within my belly too when the scene shifts and a large red eye fills the area, followed with a deafening roar. It surprises me so much I fall on my butt. When I stand up, I freeze from the sheer magnitude of the new scene that hollows my gut in. Makes my tears bitter. The woman with dazzling red hair lies on a table with a huge gaping hole in her stomach. The blood is splattered everywhere, and by all logic, she should be dead, yet I see her mouth opening, and for the first time since I woke up in this void I can hear somebody's voice. No, not my baby. I gulp and realize her destroyed abdomen is empty. There are no guts, only her empty, mangled uterus. The baby is missing. I turn my head when I hear another roar, and I see the man with unruly blonde hair pressed against a tree, a monstrous claw pinning him to it through his torso. It was a miracle he was still in one piece. But his eyes were empty, he was clearly dead. When I hear a sound that reminds me somebody licking his own teeth, I glance to the left and I vomit again, feeling only a small amount of stomach acid flowing out of my mouth. I cry. A monster with red hair is eating the baby boy, chewing on his little head. Its teeth are covered in blood and something gray that looks just like. No more. There is nothing that I can vomit anymore, and I scream from the sheer terror my mind is unable to comprehend. Ellipsis. I wake up for the third time, still surrounded by the dark fantasy, and the smell of my own vomit welcomes me. I try not to move, not to flinch. I just hope to fall asleep and wake up in my own world, in the reality of light where everything may be average, but it's real. This reality, this product of a wicked mind, is too much for me. It would be too much for anyone. It's a weapon of mass mental destruction, a weapon stronger than any jutsu of the third Hokage, stronger than the flying thunder god technique of the fourth Hokage, stronger than the water techniques of the second Hokage, and stronger than the wood release of the first Hokage. I'm just a girl trembling and whimpering in a cloak of nightmares. The bulb of undescribed matter hovering above my head morphs, and I begin to see some definite shape of a ball. The image makes my skin crawl, my blood freeze, and my mind reject its very existence. I just know it's something vile. I feel the pressure on my back, trying to force me to walk once again. I fight back. I don't want to walk anymore. I don't want to find another window full of creations from the deepest corner of Lovecraft's mind. I'm too terrified. Those two previous scenes are embedded deep inside my brain, and I'm unable to forget them, to sweep them under a rug of ignorance. My fight is pointless. I win, yet I lose. I'm not walking, but the window crosses the space and time to appear right in front of my face, and I can't look away, like a paralyzed victim of a potent poison. I see the raven-haired boy again. He's just a small kid, walking through an empty village now. Though, it's empty only on first sight. When I undesirably look closer, I see dead bodies everywhere. If it wasn't for all that omnipresent blood, I would think they all just suddenly fell asleep. This picture is far too peaceful, and I fear what's about to come. The boy anxiously walks forward. He occasionally stops and pokes the bodies. He calls out to them, asks them to answer him. He knows them. It's evident in his eyes. He knows them all. They are not strangers to him. They are not just a pile of dead flesh to him. He desperately tries not to cry and runs home. The scene moves along with him, and he opens the door to his home. He yells for his parents, for his brother he loves dearly. He's afraid he's lost them too. Upstairs, his room, his brother's room, his parents' room, bathroom, nothing. There is nobody there. He skips the stairs and lands downstairs. In a rush, he almost breaks down doors. With a gulp, he stops in front of the door to the main room where all of his family spends the most time. His trembling hand touches the wooden frame, and, taking a fearful breath, he pushes forward. The opened door reveals a scene the boy refuses to believe. The boy's father was limply on his knees with a blade piercing his chest. He proceeds to fall on another dead body. The body of a woman, the kid's mother. The boy mumbles in fear. He doesn't want to acknowledge what he's seeing. A different person, to whom the blade belongs, covered by a shadow, turns to the boy with opened eyes, in which a pair of Sharingan blaze, and mutters something. I don't know what it was. I couldn't hear it. But whatever it was, the boy was shaken. In the next instant, a kunai hit the boy's upper arm and he stares into the pair of blazing Sharingan. It is no longer a regular Sharingan, it's something far more dangerous and powerful. The boy convulses and falls on the ground, breathing heavily. Something must have happened. The scene shifts again and the boy and the other person face each other in an empty street. The silence, almost unbearable to watch, breaks when the person opens his mouth and once again, I'm able to hear somebody's voice. It was deep and strong. Run, run and cling to your life. And when you finally obtain the same eyes as me, come before me once more, my foolish little brother. I cover my mouth. I finally know what's going on, just of what I am a witness. It is the Uchiha massacre, when Sasuke Uchiha, the boy I love, lost all of his family and the point at which he began to follow the path of an avenger. At last, I understand just who that person he wants to so desperately kill with his own hands is. It's Uchiha Itachi, his older and beloved brother. The scene ends and I cry. I cry a lot. I cry for a long time. The very core of my being is shaken up. I never thought the past of the one I love was like this. I always thought he was cool. I always knew about the massacre, but I never knew it was like this. I weep for him. I want to go to his younger self and comfort him even though I wouldn't know how to do that. It hurts so much. My heart is breaking for him. I want to be there for him, to change his fate, to soothe the pain in his heart, to smother his thirst for revenge with my love. To stop him from doing something that would never make him happy and could, in turn, destroy him from within. To stop him from killing the only member of his family left. Am I selfish? What right do I have to stop him? Is my moral high ground my love for him? Is it me not wanting to see him suffer? How can I be sure I'm the one who can truly help him? How can I be sure I would be doing it for his own good and not for mine? Because I can't bear to watch him turn into a monster. The ball above me moves again and the darkness steps away from it and reveals the ball in its full glory. It's not a simple ball. It's an eyeball, staring right at me with its golden color and a slit in its center. Despite the absurdity of the situation, I can hear a voice coming from the eye. I know this voice from somewhere. Revenge. It is the ultimate goal of Sasuke Uchiha. The hatred he holds for his brother is unlike anything you could have ever imagined. The blood which flows within his veins will stain the ground when he meets his goal. His very existence is sustained only with the might of his rage. The fury of his hate is an unstoppable force. His sanity is insanity. His mental state is kept together only with the carefully nourished loathing for the one who murdered the rest of his family. The eye blinked, even though it was just a bare eyeball. What can a weak, poor and vulnerable girl like you do to save him? To free his spirit of the need for vengeance. The retribution he seeks cannot be stopped with a frail emotion like love. Love is ephemeral, it grows and blooms. Quickly, and just as fast, it withers away, blown away when hatred consumes it. Do you think you are capable of saving him from himself? I'm silent. I can't hope to answer such a question. I was confident in my love. But that is the past. Now, after witnessing the reality in which he lives every day, my mouth remains shut. So weak, so fragile. The eye says, and below him, a hungry set of teeth appears and swallows me whole. The images I see are too raw, too powerful for me to understand. I can't comprehend the pure evilness within them. They viciously attack my consciousness. The misery stabs at my brain like a freezing icicle, chilling my mind until it becomes numb. Pain and suffering, heinous acts of a mind so different from humans, yet so alike, ravages my soul, violates my spirit. It's unbearable and I slowly break down, feeling the last of my innocence ripped and raped. The hate overtakes me and I fall into the abyss again, into eternal oblivion where my sins are judged by the purgatory of an insomniac demon who holds my soul hostage until I surrender to him. My mind breaks into a million pieces. Ellipsis. It's been so long since I was able to form a coherent thought. I spent my time broken, in body and spirit, in flesh and soul. I'm rendered immobile, the brain in my head just a useless mess of gray matter. Why is it that I'm thinking again? I hear a voice. It's coming from outside. I don't know to whom it belongs. I just listen to the sound that soothes every corner of my being. The person seems to talk to himself and doesn't even realize how much he's helping this poor imitation of a human girl. So you were able to survive. The eye appears again. It makes me sick to even look at it, and I desperately try to crawl away from it. My body already fears it on a subconscious level. The fear is written deep inside me. But it seems it was not without consequences. A psychotic laughter fills my ears. Your mind will not remember most of what happened here. But your body will. You will not escape my clutches, girl. Fight me, block me, try to stop me from taking over your body. It will just make the final moments of your life so much more delicious. The act of your hate winning over the love within your heart. When you kill the ones you love with your own hands, you do not possess the power to resist me forever. You will fail, and when you do, remember this moment. I faint. Ellipsis. When I wake up, I finally see light. I feel my body, my senses are back with me. My body is heavy but I can move. My heart is heavy but alive. The images did not disappear. I still see them. They still haunt me. But I'm stronger now. Hello Sakura. Welcome back. I see my sensei, Kakashi, looking at me with concerned eyes, and I close my own. Yeah, I need to get stronger. In the Hokage's office, 3 powerful men met to exchange various stares as each one positioned himself in a different side of the room. From behind the table, the Hokage kneaded his hands, looking apprehensive. Leaning on the wall near the painting of the 4th Hokage, Jiraiya the sage folded his hands with a grim expression, and the last one, Copy Ninja Kakashi, sat on a small chair, and his one visible eye tried to look optimistic. So you did manage to turn her back. The Hokage stated and glanced at the legendary Sannin with a thankful gaze. I did, but I had to completely shut off her ability to use chakra. Even after I did that, it took some time for her to regain her mind. He nodded. Is it safe to assume she's stable when in this state? Kakashi inquired. It is, but though it pains me to say this, I think she's done as a kunoichi. Jiraiya replied, causing Kakashi's eye to close in sadness. Is it that bad? Jiraiya sighed and began to pace around the room, formulating an easy and straightforward explanation. In her current state, she's almost like a civilian. The only chakra that's flowing inside her is the amount necessary for the proper function of her body. You both, of course, know how it works. And both of them knew. They were after all an elite Jonin in the Hokage. The knowledge about chakra was the most basic thing a ninja had to know before actually becoming one. Chakra, an essential form of energy for a shinobi, was a resulting form of energy when 2 other forms of energy are mixed together. All of ninja scrolls and books referred to these 2 energies as a physical energy and spiritual energy. Physical energy was collected from the body's cells and could be increased through training, stimulants, and exercise. Spiritual energy was derived from the mind's consciousness and could be increased through studying, meditation, and experience. Having these 2 energies become more powerful would in turn make the created chakra more powerful. Chakra was contained within chakra coils that mainly surrounded and connected to each chakra-producing organ, which was why at least some amount of chakra was required for living. Keeping that in mind, the Hokage and Kakashi listened to Jiraiya's further explanation. As it stands, I have to control Sakura's chakra with a seal. Right now, she's too weak and will definitely not be able to continue her kunoichi path. However, there is one way, one method. She'll have it tough, probably even tougher than Naruto has it with the Kyuubi, though. Kakashi piped up. The thought of telling his team it was impossible to ever work together was more than just uncomfortable. So there is a way. Jiraiya nodded without a smile. Yes. As per my conversation with Anko, it seems Sakura is able to build up at least some amount of chakra before the curse mark manages to penetrate the seal surrounding it and reacts to it. Right now, she's barely able to do a basic henge, before turning into a damaged person. That is a strange reaction to Orochimaru's curse mark. The Hokage noted. Not really, sensei. Jiraiya disagreed and continued. You have to understand that the curse mark is a sort of a parasite. It feeds on your mind's deepest fears, strongest negative emotions, and amplifies all of them. It projects them into you and manipulates your actions towards anybody you hold these emotions for. I am almost certain that Sakura must have gone through severe psychological and emotional trauma during her time in coma. The curse mark, despite being contained within Kakashi's seal, must have forced her mind to go through some hellish nightmares. Only after I placed additional seal, even that residual influence disappeared from her mind. Though I have to admit, it is incredible she woke up as much normal as she did. I know what Orochimaru is capable of. Her nightmares were surely cruel and she indirectly confirmed it herself. Cutting through the silence that fell upon them, the Hokage said in a grim voice. And now imagine something like that happening to Sasuke Uchiha. The kid's mind is already barely stable thanks to whatever happened to him during that night 4 years ago. Living through mental torture again would definitely crack him. Kakashi and Jiraiya glanced at each other and exchanged worried looks. And he was on his way to heal himself. Even though this happened to Sakura, he was still a bit shaken. It's only thanks to his newly built bonds with his teammates that he's probably still sane. Kakashi stated. How do you know he's shaken? The brat rarely speaks about anything from what I've heard. Jiraiya snorted but the laughter did not reflect in his eyes. Surprisingly, Kakashi cracked a small smile. Well, while you've been busy training Naruto, I did practically spend a whole month with Sasuke. During that time, we made a teeny tiny progress and he shared his thoughts and feelings about the whole Orochimaru case with me a little. It was not much but it was also sufficient for me to spot the truth behind that mask of indifference. He's worried about her, he just doesn't want to acknowledge it because he fears these feelings he holds towards his teammates may sway him from his path of an avenger. That's good. Nevertheless, this isn't about Sasuke. We were talking about Sakura. I understand what you're saying but how does that connect with her state? The Hokage shifted the conversation back to the original topic. Jiraiya sat on the couch. Simple. When she builds up enough chakra for the curse mark to sense it, the emotional trauma she went through returns and breaks her down. Quote. That's cruel. That's Orochimaru. The Hokage took out his pipe. Wouldn't such repeated trauma cause her to permanently turn catatonic? Jiraiya showed him an uncharacteristic and sadistic smile, worthy of Orochimaru. She forgets everything of the trauma after she turns normal. Only on unconscious level, her mind and body remembers the torture. Though, as I said earlier, it takes time for her to turn back. I'd have to speculate but I think the more chakra she uses before the mark reacts, the longer she stays catatonic. This way, the trauma wears her down at much slower pace. It wouldn't be fun if she broke down permanently in one turn now, would it? And yet you claim there is a way for her to recover. The Hokage choked on his pipe after hearing what Jiraiya said. Kakashi stayed silent. I do. The trauma forces her to break down because her body and mind is weak and therefore, her chakra is far too weak to withstand curse mark's influence. She has to rigorously train and increase the power of her physical and spiritual energy, thus resulting in a more powerful chakra, capable of withstanding the curse mark. Not completely, but she could at least function as a proper kunoichi. That's why I agree that giving her Anko as a sensei for the time being is a good strategy. She went through this kind of torture. It doesn't matter that she, as a kid when she got the curse mark, was stronger than Sakura ever was. Important thing is, she knows what it takes to get strong enough to live with it. Jiraiya said in a more optimistic tone. I see. The Hokage sighed. However, until we can find a way how to get rid of her curse mark, that is if we ever do, she has a long way before she gets back on her previous level, not to mention to being a Chunin. Kakashi said, disheartened. The news were good and encouraging but still, he couldn't shake the bad taste in his mouth. He wasn't so sure Sakura had the guts and will to overcome such hardships. Never underestimate a maiden in love, Kakashi. The Hokage said with a reassuring smile. As a certain, special, Jonin would say, you just have to believe in the flames of the Konoha youth. Ellipsis. It was not long after the Sannin and the copy ninja left to give their students final advices before the final part of the Chunin exams began that the door to the Hokage's office opened again. This time, though, the Hokage's face didn't crack a smile. Instead, he welcomed the newcomer with a nod of acknowledgement. What brings you here, Danzo? The Hokage asked in a controlled, pleasant tone the mildly limping man with the appearance of a sharp-looking hawk. Danzo Shimura was the third and final advisor for the leader of Konoha, a man who spent most of his time in shadows, doing deeds that would cause weaker men to throw up. Despite the fact that Hiruzen no longer trusted him, he still believed the man to protect Konoha. He knew the man's policy. Danzo's first and foremost loyalty belonged to Konohagakure no Sato. He would do anything and everything in his power to keep the village from getting destroyed. For Danzo, the interests of the village should be placed above all else, even ethics and morals. This kind of approach also meant the Hokage since long ago stopped liking the man and only tolerated him now. He was a man with dark secrets, a man with underhanded ways of dealing with different situations, a man who did not much believe in diplomacy and negotiation when assassination and execution could be used, and a man who would annihilate one of the strongest clan of Konoha on a whim. I came across a messenger carrying a report. This report, Danzo replied, and, after he walked closer, he handed the Hokage a sealed scroll. The Hokage scrutinized the man who had half of his face hidden, covered with multiple bandages. He took the report and briefly examined the seal. Intact. I'm guessing you didn't come here just for this. Konoha leader muttered and eyed Danzo before unsealing the scroll and thoroughly reading it. The elder didn't bat an eye. But I did. I was just on my way here to visit you when the messenger almost bumped into me. When the Hokage stopped reading and glanced at him from behind the scroll with a raised eyebrow, Danzo mirrored the action. Can't I visit my former teammate once in a while? I suppose, the Hokage said with a shrug and returned to the scroll, but on the inside, he was still suspicious. He sighed. Maybe the old age was making him too paranoid. He sighed again after finishing the scroll. Putting it down on the table, he took down his hat. Something happened? Danzo inquired with narrowed eye. The Hokage took out his pipe and, after checking the contents in it, lighted it up. He took a few intakes and blew the smoke from his mouth. It seems that an unnatural haze formed about a mile from Konoha's east entrance. It unsettles the Anbu covering that part. Danzo stared at the third for a long minute, the latter unable to read the emotions of the former. What is unnatural about a simple haze? And why is Anbu watching Konoha entrances? Should I know something? The Hokage motioned Danzo to sit down. I see, you did not attend the Shinobi Council meeting. He stated and explained Danzo what they found out about the possible aggression towards Konoha. That is some rather unpleasant news. I will do some preparations on my own, he said in a rather calm tone. The Hokage nodded. Please do, we still don't know for sure what's going on. To answer your other question, well, in the past few decades, no haze has formed around Konoha. Ever. Maybe it's the changing climate, but we cannot underestimate anything. I agree. How about you let me take care of that? I will personally assign my finest men to guard the east entrance, and the Anbu can do something more useful. Danzo stated in a firm tone. I think Anbu can take care of it. I insist. Danzo unblinkingly stared at the third, who remembered this kind of a stare from the man, and unconsciously, he nodded. In that case, I leave it in your care, Danzo. Ellipsis. It was the monotonous, yet somehow soothing sound of the raindrops falling from heavens and hitting the ground that woke up people in Konoha the day of the final round of Chunin exams. No ray of sun could make it through the thick layer of dark clouds which, so ominously, covered the sky in a warning of the storm yet to come. Drainpipes were getting full of water, spilling it everywhere, but people of Konoha were too excited to do something about it. The nature's melody of raindrops hitting windows, tin porch roofs, already wet soil, and the wooden structures made it clear that the conditions of today's tournament will not be so simple. One Naruto Uzumaki yawned, stretched across his bed, and indulged himself in what he considered to be a symphony before finally waking up. Sasuke Uchiha was already awake and busy preparing himself for the finals, sporting a grin at the sight of the rain washing the dirt from the stairs in front of his home away. Sakura Haruno, for the first time in a month, awoke at her home, her whole body, aside from her head, covered with blankets. By this time, she was well aware of what she had to do in order to feel the warmth of her team working together again, yet she did not waver, she did not surrender. Kakashi Hatake, the leader of Team 7, was standing in front of the memorial once again, his whole body soaked from the rain that had been falling on him for quite some time. He knew this day could change many things, and so he had to prepare his mind for it. The Hokage was in his office, swamped with handshakings, bowings, and more of diplomatic banter as he and the three elders welcomed the numerous important guests, the fire daimyo, the fourth Kazekage, and the third Tsuchikage. Anbu were stationed all over the village, keeping a lookout in case of danger, along with the rest of shinobi who didn't get the free pass to watch and enjoy the finals. The amount of spectators hurrying towards the arena, in which the finals were to be held, was seemingly overwhelming. Many young and aspiring students of the academy ran in joy, completely ignoring the ever-present rain. Trailing behind them were other shinobi, genin, chunin and even jonin, simple civilians, shopkeepers, shoemakers, weapons producers, librarians. It was a mass of bodies carrying their tickets. It looked like the arena was going to be packed, no seat unfilled and free. Time slowly passed and the arena gradually began to fill itself with all those eager spectators as the guards at the entrance allowed them to enter the large circular construct. The stage for the finals was quite a spectacular building, with main stands for the regular spectators located above the protective wall surrounding the whole arena in a slightly more than 20 meters height. Above that, special seats were located in separate stands, designed for the use of high officials, such as elders of Konoha, fire daimyo and other important personnel. The stand in the center belonged to all kage and each of them had a small booth separated only by a small concrete protrusion from a wall that allowed them to converse and look at each other, only concealing their bodyguards, hidden in the shadows of their chairs. The arena for actual fights was spacious, nearing 50 meters in radius. Plenty of room for any genin. Amid the racket of people chatting, finding their seats, demanding the start of the final round and yells of excitement, 3 of the most powerful shinobi in the world slowly entered their booths while at the same time, 11 figures walked into the center of the arena. 10 participants and 1 proctor. The proctor for this final round, Hayate Gecko, still as sickly looking as ever, turned to the 10 of genin with a small grin, which actively stopped any chatter between them. Stand proud with your heads up and your resolve burning. This is it. You are the stars of this act. Ellipsis. Up in the cage's stand, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with the rest of Cage, watched as most of the genin one by one left the fighting area until only 3 shinobi, 2 genin and 1 proctor, remained. I was under the impression that there would be 11 genin participating in the final round. Tsuchikage muttered in a grumpy voice, still a bit peeved at the fact that there was only 1 person from his village who advanced into the finals. He had expected better from the Kamizuru clan. The Hokage apologetically shook his head. I apologize for that, Tsuchikage. There had been an accident which made the last genin unable to continue in these exams. He said with a strained smile. No need for the others to know that the last participant, Masumi Tsurugi, had been found dead only a few days ago, his corpse clearly showing signs of tampering with. According to the initial report, the pattern of his injuries was consistent with the use of a medical scalpel, perturbing the Hokage. He, along with his jonin, had no idea of who the suspect was. HMPH, the security in Konoha must be lax to allow a participant to come into such a serious harm. The Tsuchikage said provocatively, causing the Hokage's bodyguards, Genma Shiranui, Reito Namiyashi and Iwashi Tatami to stiffen, but Hiruzen only smiled apologetically at the other cage. I would not concern myself with such a trivial matter if I were you, Tsuchikage. Your genin is the first one to fight, isn't he? The cage stated in an even voice, not even bothering turning his head to the smaller and older cage, who grimaced. Why is it that despite your tone, I still hear a slight provocation? You too, cage, have only 1 genin remaining in these exams, have you not? The cage closed his eyes as he thought about the boy with a demon sealed within him. His son. Unlike in your words directed towards the Hokage, there is no provocation in mine, Tsuchikage. I'm merely stating the fact. Indeed, I do have only 1 genin still in the exams and that's why I'm going to watch his fight closely. You should focus on the fight of your genin too. He replied calmly. HMPH, isn't that because he is your son? The cage opened his eyes and, this time, he turned to the Tsuchikage with a neutral expression. Your point, Tsuchikage. Seeing the blank face with barely any emotion on it, the Tsuchikage sighed, feeling all bones in his body creak in protest, and sighed. He was getting too old for such a meaningless banter. Nothing. The Hokage raised an eyebrow when one of his bodyguards, Genma, leaned forward. Sir, I have such a good reply for the cage-sama. The leader of the Konoha sweat dropped and, to Genma's disappointment, quickly shook his head. The Tokubetsu Jonin was quite known for his inappropriate wisecracking and the Hokage didn't think he really wanted him to say anything to Cage or the old Tsuchikage. At all, though he allowed himself a mental chuckle at Tsuchikage's account. He had been familiar with the old man for decades and knew about his love for bickering. It was something of a fuel for his old spirit. However, It seemed his old age was slowly getting to him. As it was also getting to the Hokage himself, he thought and massaged his sore shoulder. I really should look for a successor. He sighed, a trio of his former students, along with a certain lazy man, coming up in his mind. Ellipsis. First match. Tenten vs Kamizuru Kurobaki. Begin. Hayate Gecko announced and jumped a good distance backwards, allowing the two eager-looking genin to start the match. Ellipsis. Immediately after the voice of the proctor officially opened the final stage of the Chunin exams in the first match, Tenten warily gripped kunai in both her hands in a reverse grip, waiting for the older-looking genin from Iwagakure to initiate the fight. She had enough intel on her opponent to know how the member of the Kamizuru clan was going to fight. Opposed to her fellow Konoha shinobi from Aburame clan, who used all sorts of bugs and insects, the shinobi from Kamizuru clan specialized in using bees as their primary force. Tenten narrowed her eyes when the Iwa genin clapped his hands together and a part of his torso glimmered. She had a fairly good idea of what was rushing towards her in a swarm of tiny bombs. In a rush, she unrolled a part of her scroll and formed a ram seal. In the next instant, the kunai she had been previously holding were replaced by a set of senbon needles that she proceeded to expertly throw forward. Each and every one of them stroked the swarm of bees, causing them to release a good amount of honey-like substance at their surroundings. Nasty. Tenten grimaced at the sight as the continuous rain swiftly wiped the substance from the already wet soil. The water pouring from heaven slowly soaked her clothes and she suppressed the urge to take them off. This weather greatly foils my plans, damn it. I don't have water-resistant exploding tags, so using them on the ground as a trap is a no-no. She almost pouted, but then, through the shower of raindrops and in the last moment, she noticed tiny flashes of light flying towards her and she hastily jumped backwards. The swarm of bees she had slain was once again in the air, but it was not the same. These bees had their abdomens pointed towards the Konoha Kunoichi, trying to shoot her down with their poisonous stingers. It was them that appeared to her as tiny flashes of light. Again. Nasty. Tenten repeated her grimace. She was not a person who particularly liked insects. However, she was first and foremost a kunoichi, and something like this would never make her attention loose. While she repeatedly backed away, she stored her senbon needles back into the scroll and instead took out Manriki Gusari that she swiftly began to spin. When the chain was spinning fast enough, she stopped backing away, and after landing on a barely solid ground, she proudly intercepted the attack, knocking all the stingers away. She thought she saw her opponent's body flicker, but when he started to sprint towards her, she soon forgot about it. Keeping the chain rotating, she redirected its end and threw it against the oncoming shinobi, who barely twisted his abdomen and dodged it, though he had to jump few times in order to land on his legs. Tenten did not relent, and her second attempt caused her chain to successfully wrap around her opponent's legs, binding him in place. Got you. She allowed herself a small smirk and, using her right leg lightly wrapped around the chain, she kept the genin in place as she unfolded her scroll, sending a small barrage of kunai and shuriken at him. It was obvious Kurobaki was not in a mood for yielding, and while the chain around his ankles greatly disturbed his sense of balance, he managed to block most of the projectiles with a single kunai in his hand. Although he did not escape completely unharmed, as there were multiple gashes all over his body, his clothes a bit torn. Tenten raised one of her eyebrows. He was tenacious. Yanking on the chain, she caused his body to fly a bit in the air before she used her strength and slammed him into the ground, causing his body to sink into the mud and the water to splash around. Through the cheers and yells of the crows in the stands, Tenten heard her own squelching footsteps as she cautiously neared her opponent. As she walked closer, her barely hidden grin grew larger. It seemed Kurobaki had lost his consciousness. Hey! She smiled and almost wanted to celebrate her victory when, from the corner of her eye, she noticed the body in the ground dissolve in some sort of a wax. A clone. But when she mentally cursed and, hearing screams from the stands, she turned around. Boom! An explosion rocketed the area as a swarm of summoned bees with explosive tags attached to them got close enough to the Konoha Kunoichi and burst into flames. From a nearby spot, a figure of Kurobaki Kamizuru flickered into existence, his face covered with a large smirk. Do not underestimate a shinobi from Kamizuru clan. Our mastery of a chameleon jutsu is close to the likes of the second Tsuchikage, the non-person. he exclaimed, but then he loudly cursed as a single kunai flew towards him, aiming at the center of his forehead. Leaning back, he narrowly dodged it, but then he noticed an explosive tag wrapped around it. Shit. Dynamic entry. Through the smoke of the explosion, a figure of a young kunoichi burst forward, with her right leg outstretched as her foot connected with Kurobaki's head, sending him flying a short distance away. With loud yelling, the audience cheered her on. Under different circumstances, Tenten would have been mortified, embarrassed as hell, as she vowed never to use the, in her opinion, flashy entrance that might guy taught all of his students, with only Lee actively using it. But this was not the time nor the place for such a childish antic. And anybody who could see her was able to tell. Tenten was bleeding from a wound at the side of her head, her clothes at her left side singed, burnt and a bit tattered, and a bit of smoke was emanating from one of her buns. She was breathing heavily, her sweat mixing with the blood as she stared at her opponent, twitching and groaning on the ground nearby. It took him a while to shake off the impact and stand back up. Meanwhile, Tenten took a short breather. "You don't underestimate a shinobi from Konoha, damn." She growled and glanced back, at the place where the smoke was slowly disappearing, and saw her summoning, a coiled dome, not unlike the shell of a snail, crumbling away. It managed to absorb most of the damage from the explosion, but in the end, she still suffered mild injuries. She frowned. "If I was late just an instant, it could have been pretty bad. Even then my barrier barely held against such a small explosion. I need something sturdier." She gave herself a mental note to the future. "Shit. What is wrong with that kick?" Kurobaki groaned and shakily stood up. His nose was busted and a nasty bruise was already forming right under his left eye, making his cheek swollen. He knew he would feel this tomorrow. But he had no time to ponder about this injury when a right hook almost caught his jaw and created even more painful wound. He took a quick step back, avoiding the punch, but the roundhouse kick immediately after that caught him in the side and he was sent sailing through the air once again. With a grimace, Tenten took a deep breath. "My taijutsu is definitely not on Lee or Neji's level, but at the same time, I'm quite proficient at it. My goal is to become a legendary kunoichi like Lady Tsunade, and so I've been trying to emulate her style. Despite failing at so, my raw strength is not something an ordinary genin can easily shrug off." She exclaimed, not too confidently, not arrogantly, proudly. She wanted all of the spectators, civilians, chunin, jonin, even the Hokage, to know of her dream. Nodding to herself, satisfied with her own words, she stared at the place where her opponent landed and took out her scroll once again. She had to relocate to a small area with lots of trees and bushes, perfect for a trap. Or, did she really have to relocate? She grinned, deviously. If the Iwa genin thought he could trap her, he was going to receive a rude awakening. And it seemed Kurobaki truly was waiting for her to come looking for him. Nothing happened for a while, allowing Tenten to prepare herself for the next fighting sequence at a leisure pace. Once she was ready though, a rain of kunai and shuriken assaulted the small forest with the power of a mini brigade. Systematically, Tenten shifted her aim until she heard somebody curse and jump high into the air. At that moment, she hastily stopped her bombarding and unfolded and Fuma shuriken, which she quickly threw at the descending Kurobaki. The older genin cursed again and flashed through a set of hand seals before the weapon hit him. However, it was not over as the Fuma shuriken embedded into Kurobaki fell on the ground, covered with wax after the body of the Iwa shinobi turned into such. The real Kurobaki landed on the ground soon after that, slightly winded but grinning. But then he felt something small hitting him in the abdomen and he glanced downwards. A metal dart was sticking out of his stomach, causing him to bleed a little. It wasn't a life-threatening injury, it wasn't really even a serious injury, the dart penetrated only his skin and a layer of muscles. But the implications were worse. What hit him was a johio. With a pull, Tenten yanked on a handle, attached to a rope connecting it with the metal dart in Kurobaki, and reeled the genin forward. Then she stopped, anxiously, and with his head spinning a little, Kurobaki looked around, trying to find any sign of a trap, and then he noticed them. 4 kunai plunged into the ground, creating a small, square area with him in the center. Tenten formed a hand seal. 4-corner immobilized trap, Fuin. With a gulp, Kurobaki felt all of his limbs forcibly go stiff and numb, causing him to stand still, rooted in the ground, like a flagpole. He could only watch as Tenten neared him with a dangerous grin. Now, you can either surrender or I'll drill you full of holes like a fishing net. The choice is yours. With a one-hand seal, she loosened the trap but kept a kunai in the other hand pressed against her opponent's jugular. Trying not to glance at the Tsuchikage up in the stands, Kurobaki's shoulders slumped. I surrender. Winner. Tenten. Ellipsis. In the small part of the stands, solely reserved for genin participating in the final round, Naruto had closely watched the whole match, a small chuckle escaping his mouth at the end. His eyes followed Tenten's movements as she slowly returned and he welcomed her with a chuckle. I have no real talent in Fuinjutsu, you said. Smooth, real smooth, he said with a good-natured grin before Lee instantly jumped towards his teammate in an attempt to hug her. Luckily, she dodged and lightly slapped him on his head. Down Lee, but thanks, she said to the boy in green spandex who immediately saluted her and, yelling something about flames of youth, walked back to his other teammate, who was busy staring at Hinata. Tenten turned to Naruto and flashed him a grin. Like I would tell the truth to somebody who could potentially fight me later. She snorted and narrowed her eyes for a short moment. Tell you what, win your match so we can fight, and if you impress me, maybe I'll show you some things. Naruto, inwardly glad he was not feeling as nervous talking to Tenten as he had been the first time, managed to crack a smirk. Deal, don't regret it later, though, he replied, keeping the fact that with Jiraiya's help he was most likely far ahead of her in seals, to himself. Rude kid, she chuckled and walked to her team. Second match. Naruto Uzumaki vs Hinata Hyuga. Well, that's my cue. Naruto thought and jumped at the railing, glancing at the gulping Hinata in the back. He sighed and after that, took a deep breath. It seemed there was no other way to do this than what he had planned beforehand. It was not going to be nice or kind, but Jiraiya agreed with his plan, so there must have been a speck of truth in it. Sorry, Hinata, if you do like me, and I think you do, this may hurt you. I pray you'll come out of this stronger. Ellipsis. Both combatants were down at the arena, where its soil was soaked with the never-ending rain so much it transformed the battleground into a muddy hell. With a deep breath, Naruto calmly smelled the petrichor, relaxing his body and mind for what was coming. Before the proctor officially started the match, the blonde closed his eyes and tuned out the whole audience. He didn't need to hear their taunts, their mocking yells, their murmurs at seeing the boy they hated fighting in the final round of such an important event. In the same notion, he didn't want to hear anything they could say about Hinata, a girl from one of the strongest clans currently in Konoha and a girl they considered to be a failure. Just like they considered him to be one. He grinned. Finally, the time to prove them all wrong has come. To prove them that he deserved some respect. He opened his eyes and erased the smile from his face and replaced it with a neutral and calm expression. Just as Hayate opened his mouth, his eyes met with Hinata's. The veins around her eyes bulged as she activated her Byakugan. Begin. A barrage of kunai shot from Naruto's position, rapidly closing in on Hinata, who looked a bit surprised and hastily jumped back just as a small explosion engulfed the area. I see, just as Jiraiya said. She can see even the minute chakra in the exploding tags just as I'm about to detonate them. The blonde thought to himself, but he had to quickly correct his attention when Hinata shot through the smoke and ran straight at him. A single hand seal later and 3 copies of Naruto popped into existence, momentarily catching the Byakugan user off guard. The equal amount of chakra in clones and the original can be useful. Naruto mentally muttered and threw 3 shuriken at the backs of his clones. As soon as the projectiles hit, the clones dispelled in a puff of smoke through which the shuriken continued flying at Hinata. This time the Hyuga heiress didn't let herself get surprised and simply jumped over the attack, still persistently trying to close the distance between her and the blonde. Well, at least she possesses the resolve to attack me. Wind release. Gale Palm Jutsu. Naruto clapped his hands together and, pumping his chakra into the technique, a powerful gale of compressed wind shot towards Hinata, with a number of kunai added to the mix. Seemingly gulping, Hinata was forced to stop running and braced herself against the attack with her body assuming a stance, her hands raised. In a blurry series of quick movements, she knocked the kunai with her bare hands but had to take a step backwards when the force of gale hit her body and almost blew her away. Another single kunai flew towards her at a slower pace and she prepared to catch it midair, when in a puff of smoke Naruto appeared in front of her and sent a palm strike to her chest, causing her body to sail through the air. She barely corrected herself in midair and landed on her legs, but she was crouching with a painful grimace. The punch, despite being blunt, was quite potent and Hinata felt like it knocked the wind out of her lungs. She raised her head at Naruto, who noticed the hurt look of betrayal and had to grit his teeth. He would not surrender to such tactic. Come on, Hinata, is this all you wanted to show me? You're better than this, or do you think your father is right? The hurt in her eyes intensified and Naruto had to suppress the urge to hate himself at the moment. But he knew what he was doing. Naruto-kun, Hinata asked in an uncertain voice, her eyes darting along the audience, subconsciously looking for her father. A frown embedded in his face, Naruto created a dozen clones and sent them to engage the girl in a taijutsu battle. It forced her to stand back and defend herself, but she still looked too timid for Naruto's liking. Tell me, Hinata, are you a failure? He asked, in a louder voice and, through the chaos of clones battling, noticed the girl flinching from his words as if bitten by a venomous snake. They told me I was a failure, but now, I'm here to prove them wrong. What are you doing? She flinched again, a small tear almost visible in the corner of her eyes. She managed to dispose half of the clones but received a punch to the stomach, causing her to skid along the muddy surface, cough and barely remain able to continue defending herself. What is it that you're looking for? What is it that you're waiting for? Why are you even fighting? Another punch hit her in the side. She yelped and kicked the clone responsible for the hit in the head, dispelling him instantly. 5 clones remained as she tried to feel her side with one hand. Her expression was changing further, mixing other emotions she must have been bottling up for a long time. You were prepared to fight me, but just a few words and you're already faltering. Is your resolve that weak? Or is it simply because I'm the one who's saying them? Naruto inquired through gritted teeth. Playing the bad guy was seriously going against his very core. He squinted his eyes and focused on Hinata's face, her Byakugan eyes reflecting her anxiety. She needed one more push. Right now I'm not your former classmate, not a fellow Konoha shinobi, and certainly not your friend. Right now, Hinata, I'm your enemy, a person who could kill you. What if this was a mission? Would you let them die just because of your fears, insecurities and weaknesses? Tell me, do you agree with what your father thinks of you? Are you that weak? A clone hit Hinata's shoulder, forcing her to spin around and almost land on the ground. She was forced on one knee, water trickling down her face, making it impossible to determine if it was because of the rain or the water belonged to her tears. At that moment, she looked pathetic, like a bag of depressed flesh, and Naruto almost thought he might have gone too far. But then another clone threw another punch at her. It popped out of existence in the next instant, obscuring the girl with the tiny puff of smoke. Yes, Hinata slowly stood up and glanced at Naruto. Despite everything the blonde said, there was no hint of anger on her face. Only a sad smile. I'm weak. Naruto's brow creased in a frown. Then why are you here? Because, I believe in a certain Nindo. I'm not going to run away, and I never go back on my word. The sad smile on girl's face changed into an honest one. Naruto blinked. That was his Nindo, one he had been living by for as long as he could remember. One that helped him cope with anything life had thrown under his feet in an attempt to trip him. There used to be a boy who told this to anybody who doubted him. He never surrendered to his fate. He never gave up and always tried his hardest. I want to be like him. She stammered out, gulping at her own words. However, she regained a bit of her strength and in a short series of hits, disposed of more clones. Only 2 remained. Then do it, Naruto finally exclaimed and threw a single kunai high in the sky just as Hinata popped the last 2 clones out of existence and closed on the original with renewed resolve. With a single hand seal, the blonde activated a seal on the kunai flying above them, and a shower of shuriken assaulted Hinata's position, forcing her to jump around if she didn't want to become a pincushion. Both of them flashed through a series of hand seals. Wind release. Gale Palm Jutsu. Naruto thought, using the same wind technique for the second time during this match. This time, however, he only sent forward the gale of wind, no kunai added. Hinata jumped in the air and rolled through the wind with her fist enveloped in a chakra glow cutting straight through the technique. The blonde prepared to jump away when all of a sudden, he felt his whole body go stiff and incapable of any movement. His eyes darted all around the place, trying to find out the source. Crap. Hinata landed in a splash of mud and water only a few meters in front of him and with a resolute cry took a step forward, her palm aiming to strike his chest. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. Gentle Fist. The signature taijutsu style of the Hyuga clan which inflicts internal damage through attacking the body's chakra pathway system. The user surgically injects a certain amount of their own chakra into the opponent's chakra pathway system, causing damage to surrounding organs due to their proximity to the chakra circulatory system. Even the slightest tap can cause severe internal damage, hence the name, Gentle Fist. Such was the feared technique of one of the strongest and most prestigious clan in Konoha. And at that moment, such strike, capable of turning the tides of a whole fight, flew towards the blonde. Then it happened. Clap. Her eyes almost bulging out of their sockets at the ridiculous thing happening in front of her very eyes, Hinata couldn't believe what she was seeing when her outstretched palm hit the outstretched palm of her opponent, resulting in a simple clap of their hands and a small burst of chakra with the epicenter within the clap. A mild hiss sounded when the tiny amount of chakra vanished into thin air and when multiple cuts appeared all over her hand, Hinata pulled it back with a yelp. It was almost comical if not absurd that even the whole audience, shinobi and civilians alike, went deadly silent, unable to comprehend what just happened. Yo, you blocked my gentle fist? Hinata asked in disbelief. Naruto slowly lowered his palm, ignoring the pain within it and rubbed it. He almost didn't make it, his poor ability to sense the use of the immobilizing genjutsu be damned. I did. You're wide open, Hinata. He replied in a quiet voice and took a step forward, just as Hinata did moments ago. His punch hit the girl's stomach with devastating force and she sailed through the air, landing on her back a few seconds later. Where Naruto's strike hit her, her clothes were torn to shreds and her bare skin was visible, covered with multiple gashes that started to bleed a bit. She coughed and flinched from the pain. Naruto walked towards her. He knew he was winner. But there was one more thing he needed to do. Hinata, stop being a kunoichi. The Hyuga heiress felt her blood freeze when she heard those words, so eerily similar to those which her father once said. No, maybe I said it wrong. Stop trying to be a kunoichi your father wants you to be. When he stopped barely a meter from her and looked down at her face, she gulped. I don't understand. Naruto stared at her for a moment before raising his head and looking up at the stands. After a moment, his eyes found Hiashi Hyuga, Hinata's father, and he glared at the surprised man. You're trying hard to be something that is not suited for you. Quote. Are you telling me I don't have what it takes to be a kunoichi? Hinata whimpered, her tears at the corners of her eyes. Naruto quickly diffused the situation with a shake of his head. No, you do have it. You can be a great kunoichi, Hinata. Just don't blindly follow your father. You can't and never will be a shinobi for the front lines. You are far too kind and soft for mindless killing. He trailed off and looked at the proctor who meanwhile got close to them and after taking a look at Hinata's state, raised his hands. Winner. Uzumaki Naruto. What followed that announcement was a constrained and only slowly built-up applause with an occasional cry of acknowledgement or a cheer but mainly from the younger part of the audience. But Naruto Uzumaki only barely heard it, his attention still focused on his defeated opponent. He watched as the medics put the girl on the stretcher. Coming from somebody like me, this might have been and probably was conceited and arrogant, but I wanted you to know this, Hinata. You had to realize there was no future for you if you continued like this. Despite us being only former classmates, I don't want to see you get killed just because your father thinks he knows what is best for you even he's clearly wrong. My sensei agrees with me and that's why I have a suggestion for you. He stated and Hinata whispered the medics to wait a moment. Oh okay, she replied anxiously. She decided not to react before thinking the whole thing over at least one time. Become a medical nin. Your Byakugan, coupled with your amazing chakra control, use of gentle fist and your reflexes will make you into one maybe even better than the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. Your team specializes in tracking and locating the enemy, that's why I think what your father pushes you into is dumb. Being a medical nin would only be beneficial to you. Though, all of this is just my suggestion, so you can forget about it if you want. Naruto added. I'll think about it, Naruto-kun. Hinata mumbled and allowed the medics to finally escort her to the room for injured. Before they left the arena, Naruto called out after her. And Hinata, I'm sorry if this will make your life home worse. She shook her head and half smiled. It's okay. You're right. I do need to stand up against F-father. Ellipsis. Amid the audience, Ino and Sakura, seated next to each other, watched the match with their eyes wide open. They, along with most of the people around them, were quite surprised, even shocked, by the speech Naruto had given to Hinata. It was not that it was that surprising. Naruto had a knack for motivating people, whether they wanted it or not. No, it was the amount of seriousness in his tone when he talked, close to be completely out of his old character. Then, they realized another thing that had occurred during the match, and they turned to Kakashi, who was watching the match with a barely hidden smile. Next to him, Might Guy tried to rile him up with quite a lot of cool speeches of his own, only to get comically depressed when Kakashi completely ignored him. Kakashi-sensei, how did Naruto block that last hit? I thought the gentle fist of Hyuga couldn't be stopped once you let it touch you. I read about it in free time, she added when Choji, now healed, and Kiba, both of them sitting next to her, looked at her with odd expressions. Good point, Sakura, Kakashi said in a mildly amused tone, and then added a chuckle, confusing the genin. Well, I don't blame you for not noticing it. He continued with an eye smile. What are you talking about, sensei? Ino inquired with a frown. Instead of answering, Kakashi raised his open palm first. See, gentle fist is quite the opposite style of fighting to the one guy here uses. He pointed to the man sitting on the stairs, still moping about Kakashi ignoring him, causing the genin to sweat drop. It consists of the user pushing his own chakra into his opponent's body. What Naruto did, is that he simply covered his palm with his own chakra, which cancelled out the strike. Well, it was not a simple chakra he used, but they don't need to know that. He added mentally. Ino and Sakura glanced at each other with a frown. But sensei, isn't that a little bit too easy? Sakura asked. Kakashi shook his head. It sounds easy, but it is not, I can assure you of that. First you need to have perfect chakra control to be able to continuously push your chakra around your palm. Second, you have to know the exact amount of chakra the gentle fist user is using to calculate the amount necessary for cancelling it out. The first part is quite easy for a Jonin, maybe even a Chunin, but the second part is not. That's why only the Hyuga or people with Sharingan can do even that. But Naruto, Ino protested, causing Kakashi to chuckle again. Did neither of that. He actually cheated. He has huge chakra reserves, so he doesn't need perfect chakra control. He only needs to push a large amount of chakra around his hand. Additionally, he simply overpowered Hinata's strike. He raised his hand to stop Sakura and Ino from asking and continued. Yes, that is doable for Jonin even without a dojutsu. The thing is, you sacrifice your hand when acting like that. By using more chakra than gentle fist user, the backlash is violent and messes with tenketsu points all over your hand up to the elbow. Didn't you see Naruto furiously shaking his hand after he stopped the strike? He even had to use his other hand to attack her. It's only to his unique regeneration ability that he didn't need medical attention. Ellipsis. A man, sitting on the top of the Hokage monument, chuckled and put the binoculars down from his eyes and on the ground next to him. He leisurely leaned backwards and supported himself on his hands. Feeling the light breeze cooling his face and blowing his ponytail full of silver hair, Jiraiya the Sannin grinned. You did well, kid. He was proud of his godson. The plan he came up with to somehow force the Hyuga heiress to see the reality that was coming towards her as a full-loaded truck was crude and a bit immature, but Jiraiya fully supported him. Despite being so long from Konoha, he knew barely anything, and the behavior of its clans had changed, and because of that, he knew exactly what parts of the truth to tell his young student, to carefully explain to him what kind of man Hiashi Hyuga was. The kind that was not inherently bad, but the kind that was forced to change under the circumstances pressing on him from every corner of his vast clan. The kind heavily hit by the death of his brother and death of his wife. Though that was no excuse to treat his older daughter such as he did. Well, Jiraiya scratched his nose. It could have been better, but still, this was your plan. If I were to change it to my liking, you would no longer be able to play it like this. And sometimes, Even the act of a 12-year-old could change somebody's fate. He put the binoculars back to his eyes and focused on the Hokage's stand. Quite clearly, he saw his former teacher nonchalantly, yet proudly, talk with others. Jiraiya couldn't hear what he said, but he imagined it was about Naruto's match and how he handled the whole matter. The fight and the speech he gave the young heiress. The sage moved his hands and narrowed his eyes when the visage of the Tsuchikage came into his sight. He had dealt with the man on a few occasions, and there was only one word with which he could describe the leader of the Iwagakure. Grumpy. Nevertheless, under that grouchy character, Jiraiya was able to recognize a man with years of experience on how to lead a village. He was not a Tsuchikage just because he liked and knew how to bicker with anybody. It was clear to the Sannin that, despite his old age, proud and headstrong personality, Onoki was not somebody to screw with. Jiraiya had witnessed the man's ninjutsu skills only once, but seeing three elements used together in a brand new sub-element was, well, an eye-opener. Even he would have troubles fighting Onoki one-on-one. Changing his focus again, he sighed at the sight of the Kazekage, a man hidden behind a veil of thin fabric. At first, he was suspicious of such a thing. It was quite rude to hide your face in front of other Kage. However, Hiruzen had explained to him that because of the assassination attempt 3 months ago, which the Kazekage had survived only by a straw of hair, his face was still not yet healed, and he simply didn't enjoy being stared at like some figurine in a clothing shop. Jiraiya was not fully satisfied with such explanation but decided not to pursue the matter further. Leaders of hidden villages were almost all famous for their occasional quirks. And just like with the Tsuchikage, Jiraiya could describe even the Kazekage with one word. Ruthless. Yes, the man was ruthless in his way of leading the village. He had been willing to order his subordinates to take drastic measures in dealing with certain situations, to put the well-being of the village above the well-being of an individual and from the herd. He even ordered the assassination of his only son, Gaara. Although there was probably some deeper meaning, a reasoning he didn't understand, behind such an action, the sage mused with a frown. The Yondaime Kazekage was a strong shinobi, as all the Kage obviously were, possessing a unique Kekkei Genkei, a bloodline limit called magnet release, which allowed him to convert chakra into magnetic forces and magnetize an object, as well as allowing him to summon and use a special gold dust. He also took a look at the bodyguards of each visiting village. There was something about one bodyguard of the Kazekage that was quite. He put the binoculars down and glanced at the southern entrance to the Konoha. It seemed there was some commotion, and, despite the sage not able to clearly tell what was actually happening there, he had a bad feeling in his gut. Something was wrong. Jiraiya stood up. He needed to check things out. Ellipsis. Back in the arena, the audience was slowly getting over the confusion created by Naruto's match and began to cheer and shout when the second match of the Chunin exams was announced. Third match. Sasuke Uchiha vs Shino Aburame. When the two opponents, fellow Konoha shinobi, landed on the muddy ground and stared at each other through the increasingly thicker rainfall, the ruckus reached a new height. It was not just the people of Konoha who wanted to see what the last Uchiha could show. There wasn't barely anybody who was not standing and animatedly clapping. Hayate, who closely watched both genin, allowed himself a small smile. Damn, Bratz never even moved a muscle and completely ignored the audience. Although, it was hard to tell with the Aburame kid, seeing as the only skin Hayate could see was the upper part of his face. With his hand, he cut the air between them. Begin. Immediately after that, Sasuke raised his left foot and slammed it back on the ground, splashing the mud and water so much, it almost covered the quiet buzzing sound and a light from a small spark running from the tip of his foot towards his opponent, who noticed it too late. For a moment, he felt a surge of electricity, which shocked his body and caused him to receive a few cuts when he couldn't completely evade a set of kunai flying towards him because of it. When he felt his limbs were listening to him again, Shino had to block a fast series of punches and kicks. The scion of the Aburame clan was calm and collected most of the time, but he couldn't help himself but to raise one eyebrow when he realized the movements of his Uchiha opponent were slowly, but surely, getting faster and faster with each attack he managed to block. I need to create some distance between us, he thought, and crouching under a heavy kick, he rolled to the side and hastily jumped backwards, sending a group of shuriken at the other boy, buying himself some time. Though this didn't last for long as Sasuke rushed. towards him once the last shuriken missed him and Shino prepared to block the oncoming right hook. He was momentarily caught off guard when the Uchiha stopped at the last moment with his fist only inches from Shino's face covered with a block and vanished from his sight. Only thanks to his insects, he sensed the boy reappear behind him, but even then, after he swiftly turned around, he received a punch to the guts and felt his feet leave the barely solid ground. He involuntarily gritted his teeth from the pain and landed behind a large bush in a heap. After blasting his opponent backwards, Sasuke calmly exhaled the air from his lungs and retracted his fist. His insides were getting all giddy from the sensation of fighting after all that month-long training. A light grin fell on his lips. He could feel the power within him, the power with which he could demolish his old self, would the laws of physics allow it. Ignoring his pride for a moment, he mentally thanked Kakashi. Sasuke had been now for a long time in denial. He had thought that no matter how hard he would try, creating bond within his team would only slow down his progress, hold back his potential and ultimately, would result in him not being able to kill his dear, older brother. Yet apparently, putting his trust in the hands of his Jonin instructor had been a better option all along. Thanks to him, Sasuke had been able to wring out some of his potential already. The spark of electricity at the tip of his fingers only made his grin widen. Indeed, thanks to Kakashi he had found out about his second elemental affinity. Lightning. The spark died out and his grin faded away. He could reminiscent about all this later. Right now he had a match to win. His thoughts so far took only a short moment, but Sasuke already felt movement from the place where his opponent landed. He built up his chakra and took out the second set of shuriken. I'll try to stick to D-rank techniques. No need to waste too much chakra. I'll need it for the second round. Fire release. Blazing shuriken dance jutsu. He thought and spit a minuscule amount of fire at each shuriken before throwing them out in a wide range at where he thought Shino would be in activating his Sharingan. With a somersault, the Aburame Saiyan shot out of the bush, his hands outstretched forward, and a swarm of Kikaichu bugs flew straight towards Sasuke in spinning motion, making it hard to evade them. Not one to be outdone, Sasuke took a breath and moving his head in a circle motion, exhaled and shot out several small orbs of fire. It somewhat stopped most of the bugs, but he still had to take evasive maneuvers to not get hit by them. He landed on his knees and breathed out, feeling something not quite right with his own body. Though he didn't get the chance to figure it out when Shino surprisingly went on the offense by throwing a kunai at the other boy and attempting a thrusting kick to his midsection shortly after that. As Sasuke blinked, getting water from the downpour from his eyes, he narrowed his eyes and in a rapid series of quick jabs, retaliated and forced his opponent to stumble backwards. Immediately after that, he jumped over the boy and pushed a kunai halfway into Shino's head. He ignored the shocked screams from the stands and calmly exclaimed, "Get out, Shino, I know this is only your clone." At that moment, the Shino in front of him crumbled into a myriad of Kikaichu bugs with another Shino popping out of a bush on Sasuke's left. The Sharingan is indeed a powerful dojutsu. Why, you ask? Because it seems even the incomplete version of it can reliably distinguish between a clone and the original. Shino replied in a same calm tone before trying to evade a set of orbs of fire heading towards him, though it barely represented a problem, since he was standing in a several meters distance and the heavy rain weakened the jutsu enough. Sasuke frowned. He should have known I would be able to see through his clones. One of his teammates possesses the Byakugan. In that case, his face showed a sudden realization as he felt his breath go heavier. Noticing the expression on his opponent's face, Shino raised his hand and pointed at Sasuke's left leg. The boy followed the direction of the outstretched finger and cursed when he noticed a dozen of bugs firmly stuck to his left leg, no matter how hard he shook it. "I planted a female bug on your leg when I first backed away from. She gives out a scent which my Kikaichu sense even through such a thick rain. Using my clone to engage you in battle, I was able to send some of them to you. Kikaichu are a versatile species that can suck out my opponent's chakra. Which is what is happening to you." Even through the rain, Sasuke felt a first bead of sweat forming on his forehead. "HMPH, and I thought you were one of the cleverer genin. Now that I know what's going on, it's easy to fight back." He smirked with a bravado. Shino put his hands in his coat, clearly not amused. "My Kikaichu will hold on to you no matter how hard you struggle. And the longer you fight, the more chakra you lose. I told you all this so you'll know how you lost this match. It should prove useful in the after-match analysis, he said in a neutral tone, wordlessly creating an insect clone next to him as they arranged themselves in a position. The clone being behind Sasuke while the original stood in front of him. Both of them began to spurt towards Sasuke, who angrily narrowed his eyes. You weren't paying enough attention, he said through grimace as he concentrated on his chakra. Before Shino could finish his crushing taijutsu move, his opponent stiffened for an instant, before jumping out of his way in the last moment. Shino raised his eyebrow for the second time during this match but said nothing. Landing a bit further, Sasuke took a series of fast breaths. It's not just fire that I can use, he muttered for himself and recalling his training, shot forward in a speed far ahead of what he had shown so far. Shino raised both of his eyebrows but was unable to react in time as his opponent closed on him and began a new, incredibly fast taijutsu attack. He lasted for a few seconds, occasionally blocking a punch or jab, but before he could call his clone to come help him, his concentration broke off from the pain and he felt his body sailing through the air. The next time he opened his eyes, he still felt the irritating rain falling on his face, but there was another person crouching next to him, blocking some of the water. Seeing him regain consciousness, Hayate patted him on the shoulder. You can no longer continue in the match, he said and straightened his back. Winner. Sasuke Uchiha. Ellipsis. Having been on the receiving end of a tight stare from a certain Neji Hyuga for the last several minutes, since he won his match against Hinata, Naruto gladly turned around to ignore him and the sense of unease he could feel in his stomach and greeted his teammate with a good-natured smirk. You sure you're not too out of breath to continue in the finals? Sasuke, his Sharingan already deactivated, exaggeratedly rolled his eyes and scoffed, but there was a definite hint of his own smirk hidden somewhere behind it. Even after a month of not seeing each other, the Uchiha was still getting more and more attuned to Naruto's new personality. Surprisingly, he found the blonde not irritating despite the provocations and teasing. Their relationship was something he was sure he should have already been able to name, but he just couldn't put his finger on it. It's still enough to kick your ass, he replied snidely, but with a grin. Stretching his legs, he briefly glanced at the other genin in the stand before leaning on the railing. I assume you're aware of the Hyuga trying to kill you with his stare. Not that I care, he muttered quietly, looking forward, at the wall. Yep, right. Naruto sighed and raised his head higher to look at the audience. Ah, Kakashi-sensei and Sakura are here too. I almost thought she wouldn't come, he stated with a frown. Sasuke looked too and sighed just like Naruto did a moment before. Yeah, and she's with Ino. Don't you think they changed too much? Both of them. Sasuke shrugged. I'm just content with the fact they are no longer trying to jump me. Like you didn't enjoy that. Right. The Uchiha boy scoffed. Seeing Kakashi, Naruto remembered another thing. Ah, yeah, I almost thought you'd get infected with Kakashi-sensei's tardiness and come late to the finals. He raised one eyebrow when Sasuke's hand slipped from the railing and he almost fell over. The raven-haired boy looked elsewhere and cleared his throat. Don't tell me. Naruto started with a sweat drop, causing Sasuke to put a hand over his face. He tried to persuade me to shunshin in the arena at the last possible moment before my match. Said it would be epic, he begrudgingly admitted with a heavy sigh. Both boys raised their heads to look at Kakashi again and, seeing him standing next to Might Guy with a cool expression, facepalmed. Fourth match. Rock Lee vs Neji Hyuga. The announcement brought their attention back at the arena where two genin from the same team landed. I think he really didn't like you trying to run some sense into his cousin, Sasuke noted when Neji sent a last stare in Naruto's direction. The blonde pressed his lips together before taking a breath. So you understood what I was doing? Of course. Naruto smiled a little for himself. Good. I don't care what Neji Hyuga thinks of me. He's going to receive a similar beating and after that, he'll understand. At that Sasuke glanced at his teammate. You think he'll lose to Rock Lee? Naruto shook his head. I don't think. I know. Ellipsis. It happened instantly after the proctor announced the start of the fourth match. He barely even had the time to get out of the way when a green blur shot from his position, creating a huge splash and actually denting the solid ground beneath all the mud that had accumulated because of the rain so far. It seemed that Rock Lee was in no mood for beating around the bush and sped towards his opponent at maximum speed. His fist outstretched forward, a devastating punch flew towards the boy with the Byakugan, which was already activated. Using his immense reflexes, Neji raised his hand but opted to redirect, rather than attempt to block the strike when he realized the strength the bandaged fist held. Following the fluent motions of his body, he tried to decide the match as fast as he could and flung his palm-bottom attack towards Lee's torso. Without any luck, Lee's reaction time was even faster than of his stern teammate and he swiftly leaned backwards, using Neji's hand as a support, evading the dangerous palm filled with chakra and continued to fall backwards as his hands touched the ground and his feet kicked up. Not wanting his teeth to get kicked out, Neji followed the trajectory of the feet and jumped along with them, avoiding the strike within a strand of hair. In the air, he flipped backwards and landed on the ground in a low stance while Lee made a few somersaults before landing in a similar fashion. As both combatants took a second breath, the audience gripped their seats, their eyes glued to the arena, with only the shinobi part able to follow the genin movements. The rest of them saw only blurs, and that was just the beginning of a fight that promised a showcase of great power. Spurting towards each other, Lee and Neji found themselves in a blurry and rapid exchange of a taijutsu battle so intense, even the rain droplets began to get blown away from their position, unable to penetrate the sheer air pressure of their blows. Punch, hook, jab, kick, another punch and a roundhouse kick got cancelled when a fast-moving hands of gentle fist blocked each attempt at touching the body of the Hyuga prodigy. Turning the tides of the battle, any fist and palm prepared to infuse the other with a certain amount of chakra and intent on hurting internally was dodged, evaded, sidestepped or jumped over. It was a never-ending flow of fast movements, neither of them hitting the target. And the speed was gradually began to increase even further, making it completely impossible for any civilian, even the ones gifted with unnatural sight, at least for a normal human, to see more than just blurs. Feigning a kick at his opponent's midsection, Lee suddenly disappeared in a similar way Sasuke did in his fight with Shino. The only difference was the speed in which he disappeared and then reappeared behind Neji, finishing his kick lower, at Neji's outer thigh. But the kick never connected when, without turning around, Neji's palm flew downwards and hit Lee's shin, causing it to embed into the mud. This created a tiny opening within Lee's defense and he received a few hits to his body before he recovered and hastily jumped backwards, breathing a bit heavily. Neji stopped his onslaught and grinned derisively. "That was a good display of abilities, Lee. However, I managed to close your major tenketsu points. Even you, who uses little to none chakra, will have it hard to continue fighting." Lee didn't answer and instead raised his head to stare at the audience. In an instant, his eyes found his teacher, Might Guy, who grinned and nodded to him. Mirroring the grin, Lee hopped backwards until he was a good distance away from Neji, who narrowed his eyes. "I can finally fight on full power of youth, thank you Guy-sensei." Lee exclaimed with tears in his eyes as he folded up his pants, revealing a set of weights stuck to his legs, above his ankles. He took them down, still keeping them in his hands. Cocking his arms back, he threw the weights straight at Neji, whose narrowed eyes easily saw them, and so he effortlessly sidestepped the attack. He almost wanted to say something, but then the whole arena shook, causing him to turn around and stare in surprise. The wall, which the weights hit dead on, was heavily damaged as spider cracks ran from the point of impact, part of the wall crumbling down. Such was the heaviness of Lee's ankle weights. Neji frowned. He knew about the weights, however, he never actually saw just how much was stuck to them. Now that he knew, it caught him off guard for a moment. "Prepare, Neji. I've been honing my youthful skills all those years just for this match to prove that hard work can prevail in the face of a genius," Lee stated, his eyes brimming with fire. He sped towards his teammate and a longtime rival in one person, and what followed after him was a pure shockwave of air pressure. He blitzed through the arena, the water momentarily leaving the ground, and closed on Neji in a moment so short it felt like an instant. Neji narrowed his eyes and grimaced. This was beyond what he had predicted, and even his Byakugan was having great deal of trouble following Lee's movements. Just barely, he managed to alter the path of a powerful jab, but the second strike to his abdomen finally hit its mark and Neji's body left his original position as he sailed through the air. In the last moment, before he could violently crash into the concrete wall, he flipped himself and landed on his feet. But the punch was so strong, Its energy forced him to actually sink a bit into the concrete and he felt his bones and muscles creaking. A weaker shinobi would have had his muscles torn. He thought grimly and for the first time he actually had to admit it. Lee's taijutsu prowess was incredible. Still, the boy was a fool. He could never run away from his fate. And his fate was to lose this match. It was predetermined when he got Neji as his opponent. The Hyuga from the branch house crouched a little before jumping from the wall and landing in front of Lee, his palms already moving. However, he was too slow and none of his attacks actually connected with Lee. The boy in green spandex moved zigzagged, raising the mud and tearing ground beneath it with his pure, raw speed. One punch flew at his opponent's shoulder, then it flew at his stomach but it was just a feint and it actually flew at his other shoulder, before he jumped over and tried to kick him in the back of his head but even that attack stopped inches before it could hit and he vanished again and reappeared in front of Neji with one of his legs already performing a low kick to swipe him down. It seemed this attack was final and Neji tried to evade it but then the boy disappeared again and Neji felt an intense pain in his back as his face faced the air pressure from his body moving fast. Damn it, it seems I'll have to use that. He thought as after a multitude of flips he landed on his feet but he still skidded along the muddy ground until he finally halted his momentum. When he saw Lee closing in on him again, he concentrated on his chakra. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. A huge amount of chakra was released from all the chakra points on Neji's body as he started to furiously spin around, creating a rotating shield of chakra so dense, it was even visible to the naked eye. He was almost certain he could see the shocked face of his uncle and the scandalized expressions on faces of members of the Hyuga main house but he could not dwell on it as Lee's fist connected with his shield. The boy in green spandex was violently tossed backwards, the power of his own punch reflecting towards his body and he sailed through the air before crashing into a row of trees. This is my ultimate defense. Nothing can get past it. Give up, Lee. Your effort was admirable, even incredible but this ends now. You can't fight your own fate, your own destiny. People must live within their own unchangeable flow, and only one, the only one destiny that all of us share, is death. He loudly exclaimed for everybody to hear, his face twisted in a sneer as he touched his Hidai-8, feeling a cursed seal underneath it. From the bushes, a panting Lee walked out, wiping his brow with the back of his hand. Most unyouthful thing to say, my dear teammate. We both know I'm not as gifted as you are. But I work hard and I never give up. That is my gift and my fate will never change it. I will become the greatest taijutsu expert and make Gai-sensei proud. He stated and sped towards Neji in a renewed vigor, only to get blown away again when Neji spun around. He landed in a heap and Neji walked up to him. Stand down, Lee. I told you, I commend you for your efforts but having your dreams come true through hard work alone, is nothing but an illusion created by the ones unable to accept the truth. Lee panted and slowly stood up again, keeping his head down. He shook his head. Neji, before this match Gai-sensei told me all about you, and about your family. Neji's face twisted into anger as he glared at the audience, where Might Guy stood. I know. About your past, about the seal and about the pain and suffering you must have gone through. Then you also know that my destiny and the destiny of my father was decided just like that. This fight is similar. Your destiny was decided the moment I became your opponent. Lee shook his head again. No, Neji, my destiny is my own as I create it myself. You are not the only one who had it bad, but, so what? My flames of youth cannot be extinguished just because somebody thinks my fate is written in the stone. I fight back, I preserve and I will win, he said in a surprisingly serious voice. It sounded almost unnatural to anybody who knew him as an extremely energetic, single-minded, and hot-blooded boy. He got into the stance, forcing Neji to do the same. Kicking the ground, Lee shot out but decided not to punch immediately and just ran around Neji, who followed his movements with his Byakugan, barely. With a deep scowl, Neji snapped. Why do you try so much, Lee? Do you want me to kill you in such a meaningless fight? Almost as if hitting a brick wall, Lee stopped and stared at his opponent with eyes full of resolve. Because you told me I'm a failure. In that moment, Lee lowered himself a bit and crossed his arms in front of him and his veins started to bulge a bit. Seeing the process in his body with his Byakugan, Neji raised both of his eyebrows, stunned by the sight. The color of his skin becoming red, Lee gritted his teeth as the mud around his started to violently splash. Third gate. Gate of life, open. His back arched forward as a scream escaped his mouth, the audience getting almost hypnotized with the whole situation. Fourth gate. Gate of pain, open. Faster than an eye could blink, Lee shot out from his position, the ground getting decimated under his feet and closed on Neji, who preventively started to spin moments before the boy even moved. It's okay. It doesn't matter how much chakra he gathers or how much strength his punch possesses. My rotation will turn the power on him. Neji thought, for the first time in his life getting a bit unnerved by his opponent. Like a flash, Lee just circled around his opponent, in the opposite direction as the rotating shield, gathering more and more speed as he ran. If Neji thought he was safe and that Lee was preparing for a devastating punch, he was horribly mistaken. Lee ran for a few more moments when a terrible realization dawned upon the Hyuga genius. His shield's rotation was slowing down because of the extreme air pressure forced by Lee's incredible speed. Just like that, his rotation stopped and for a moment, left him defenseless. And that tiny moment was all it took for Lee to change direction of his movements and kick Neji up in the air, causing the boy to almost lose consciousness for the single strike alone. His nose broken, blood poured out of it before he felt additional punch to his body, each strike creating a strong shockwave. On the brink of consciousness, he saw Lee stop for an instant. Fifth gate. Gate of limit, open. And then, a devastating punch along with a kick hit him in the abdomen, instantly breaking 2 ribs on both sides of his torso and almost tearing up his internal organs. The shockwave from this final attack forced the audience to cover themselves and Neji plummeted towards the ground in great speed. He lost consciousness long before his body hit the ground. A huge splash blew all of the water and the mud away from the point of impact, allowing it only to cushion the fall a bit before leaving the motionless body of Neji Hyuga in a small crater. In the distance, Lee painfully landed on the ground, barely able to stand anymore. The proctor, until now hiding up on the wall, jumped down and only raised his hands. Winner. Rock Lee. Ellipsis. Within the room for the injured, the sound of rain echoed like a pleasant, healing melody and entered ears of 2 boys lying on their respective beds at opposite sides as they were the only ones in there. The sound woke up the boy with white eyes, causing him to stir and then stiffen when he felt the distant pain from his injuries. With opened eyes, he settled for motionless lying and heavily sighed. You awake, Lee. His voice was carried through the room, untouched by the still present sound of rain, to the other boy in green spandex on different bed who raised his hand and showed him thumbs up. Indeed I am, Neji. Neji stared at the ceiling, scarcely blinking, and sighed for the second time. I apologize, Lee. Unbeknownst to him, the boy with bushy eyebrows clenched his fists and gulped, but did not reply. After a brief pause, Neji continued. I've never believed you could become this strong, that you could ever defeat me. Your hard work won this time. I admit my defeat. He closed his eyes, feeling not humiliated but humbled. He truly didn't think much of Lee ever since they met for the first time as a team. He thought of him as a loser, a dreamer, a naive kid with no future and grim fate. Thank you, Neji. From now on, I will train even harder to show you the outcome of this match was not a fluke. Lee raised his voice a little at the end but not enough to be yelling. Neji mildly shook his head. It seemed his teammate would never change. And maybe, it was for the best. Neji, if your words are indeed honest, does it mean you no longer think fate cannot be changed? Before Neji could answer, Lee spoke again. Because I think destiny can be changed. In your case, it can be definitely changed since, unlike me, you're a genius and not a loser. You sell yourself too short, Rock Lee. A different voice entered the room, causing the both genin to quickly sit. One on them tried not to be nervous while the other one gritted his teeth and averted his eyes. What do you want? Hiyashi Hyuga ignored the tone in Neji's voice and walked further into the room. His attention was still on Lee, who politely bowed his head. You are a genius on your own, Rock Lee. Aside from your sensei, Might Guy, I have never seen anyone so young capable of opening that many celestial gates. You should be proud of your accomplishments and skills, Hiyashi stated, causing Lee to accept his words with another bow of head. The head of the Hyuga clan turned to Neji, who was still looking elsewhere. I just missed my daughter, Hinata. It seems she has taken Uzumaki's words to heart and was the one who helped tending to your injuries, Neji. A slight twitch of eyebrows meant that the genin clearly heard him. Yash. Remembering Naruto-san's speech made my energy overflow with energy again. Lee exclaimed with a smile. Yes, Uzumaki's words were inspiring and maybe, just maybe they will prove helpful. Troublesome fella, indiscriminately meddling in the affairs of others. I guess it is in his genes, though. Hiyashi shook his head, recalling a certain pair of shinobi. I ask again, why are you here? Neji asked. His clan head sighed. I came here, because I think that now, you should be able to believe the truth I'm going to tell you. The truth about the night when I fully intended to die, only for my brother to do it in my stead. Neji's head almost snapped as he turned it to glare at the man. What are trying to say, after all these years? Hiyashi closed his eyes. From the side, Lee tried to stand up. My flames of youth tells me I should leave you two alone. He said, trying to sound jubilant, only for Neji to stop him. No, Lee, stay. If what this man says is truth, I want you to hear it too. Ellipsis. Ladies and gentlemen. Since, contestant Mitsumi Tsurugi is unable to continue in the exams, he is disqualified. Hence, the last match of the first round of the finals is, Gaara vs Shikamaru Nara. Come down, Hayate loudly announced, causing Shikamaru, standing near Naruto and Sasuke, to, not so quietly, whine. Oh man, and I hoped I could get out of this in my match with that Tsurugi guy. I don't want to fight this psycho, he muttered and eyed the Suna Genin as the boy used his original version of Shunshin to get down to the arena. Rubbing his head, he almost jumped when Naruto leaned over to him. Hey, Shikamaru, be careful. Something's wrong with this guy, he whispered. Shikamaru lazily sighed. Tell me something I don't know. Well, in that case, look at him more closely. If he looked crazy before, he looks positively psychotic now. The blonde nodded towards Gaara, whose bloodshot stare was pointed at the cage's stand and his mouth rapidly moved in a quiet quarrel with himself. Shikamaru felt his throat go dry a little. Troublesome, he muttered, a tiny droplet of sweat forming on his forehead. Naruto patted him on a shoulder, before slapping him harder and causing him to fell over the railing. In the short moment before Shikamaru realized his body was beginning to fall, he heard Naruto's voice. And drop the laziness else you're dead. Ellipsis. On the muddy ground at the arena, near the wall, Shikamaru lay with his eyes opened, inwardly cursing at the blonde who gave him a small grin. He knew Naruto was only trying to help him, but boy were his methods annoying. He gazed upon the dark clouds and sighed. What would he give for being a part of the sky, just lazily sailing through the air, having no troubles, no worries and no responsibilities? He could do it without the rain though, that was irritating. On the other hand, these conditions, the downpour with dark clouds only played into his cards and he actually had a way how to fight the weird Suna Genin for at least some time. He heard a yell. The voice was familiar to him. Ino. He inwardly groaned. Since some time ago, she had been steadily growing more and more obnoxious, bugging him to do more training and sparring sessions than ever. Well, it was better than her fawning over Sasuke. He sighed. No point in trying to look dead before the match even began. He could at least show them something. In any case, trying for a while was certainly better than enduring the hellish punishment Ino would prepare for him if he just forfeited the match like that. And she would certainly yell at him for hours. Nope, not a fan of that troublesome blonde. He chuckled. What was it with the blonde people and them unnecessary interfering with the lives of others? Hinata could talk. Begin. Shikamaru gulped and quickly jumped and rolled away, his guts telling him to move. Oi, starting the match when I'm still on my back. What's with the hurry, geez? He mentally grumbled and watched as a portion of sand withdrew from his previous position. Gaara was standing in the center of the arena, his hair slowly getting wet from the rain, but he completely ignored it and just turned his attention towards his opponent. Shikamaru groaned. Why did he always had to deal with crazy ones? First that Kabuto who clearly just toyed with him in the preliminaries like he was an interesting toy before forfeiting even though he was clearly capable of winning, and now a Suna Genin with eyes of a psychopath and the thirst for violence like a murderer. All in all, it sucks being me, Shikamaru summarized and jumped all over the place when something akin to a sand tentacles tried to hit him from afar. Man, this sucks. Why do I have to move so much? Oh, where are the good old days of... A blob of wet sand hit him in the gut, sending him flying in the part of the arena where a few trees and bushes grew. He rubbed his abdomen. Okay. Naruto was right. I'm in big trouble here. My opponent has seemingly perfect defense mechanism, which quite possibly reacts automatically on any threat to his body. He is violent and more than likely capable of killing me with a happy smile. Scratch that happy smile. I'd estimate his chakra reserves high above mine own, so I can't just outlast him. He can easily wipe off every single thing I can use for hiding and then finish me off. He rolled over to the side when the attacks from Gaara grew stronger and the small tree he had been hiding behind snapped in half. However, his primary ability seems to be the use of sand. It's heavily raining, so in time, his sand will turn into a mud, making it near impossible to manipulate. Although, I still have to be careful in case his sand has some special properties, making it immune to water. The sky is full of clouds, creating one large shadow over the whole land, so that is good. My shadow techniques will be more powerful. Still, I have only about 5 minutes before I deplete most of my chakra when using them, leaving me unable to continue fighting. Shikamaru remained hidden, dodging and evading attacks while behind trees while he tried to formulate a battle plan along with observing the attack pattern of his opponent. After a dozen or so minutes, he reached a critical point where half of the small forest was no longer standing. Damn, I see no way of winning this one if he's strong enough to resist my shadow technique. Still, I don't really have to win this match, and I never intended to in the first place. I guess I'll try my best for a while and then concede. No Chunin in his right mind would go for his certain death. He wanted to smirk but realized it was a waste of energy and just mildly raised the corners of his mouth. Using that saved energy, he jumped from his hiding place and formed a rat hand seal. Shadow imitation jutsu. In the moment his feet touched the ground, a thick black shadow shot from his position and towards Gaara, who, despite noticing it coming, didn't budge an inch. In mere seconds, the stretchy shadow connected with the Suna Genin's own shadow and joined it in one. Gaara simply narrowed his eyes and let his stare to fall onto Shikamaru. Is this it? Shikamaru swallowed, feeling the outrageous amount of chakra within the boy for the very first time, and almost wanted to dryly laugh. He's not even phased. Geez, this kid's chakra is insane. I can barely make him twitch, moving him is completely out of question. But even so, he showed his opponent a cocky grin. Not completely. Adding a dragon and tiger hand seal to the rat one, he caused the shadow connecting him and Gaara, stretched into a thin line, to gain some thickness as a shadowy hand formed at Gaara's left foot. Shadow neck binding jutsu. Gaara's eye, above which a small tattoo was located, twitched a little and he glanced downwards, feeling something rather unpleasant crawling across his leg. He noticed the hand slowly moving up his leg and raised his head to stare at Shikamaru again. Is this your strongest technique? He asked in a strained voice while Shikamaru walked closer to him. He was feeling some restrictions in his muscles. Maybe, Shikamaru replied, more beady of sweat appearing on his forehead as he used more of his chakra to push the hand of shadow higher. He knew the technique was stronger the closer he was to his opponent, but on the other hand, he did not feel like getting that close to the kid that gave him the creeps. He stopped walking when he was about 10 meters from him, a distance at which he believed his reflexes would allow him to dodge anything sudden. Gaara continued to stare at Shikamaru, and Shikamaru returned the stare with a strained expression. He was already beginning to feel his chakra reserves getting smaller. With a grimace, he pushed more. Gaara just stared, still barely any emotion on his face. Shikamaru's brow creased in a tight frown. The hand of shadow moved higher, now just above the boy's abdomen. Gaara's eye twitched again. Shikamaru gritted his teeth. Not one of them moved, and even the audience collectively held their breaths, feeling the battle was now just a fight of wills. The hand managed to crawl to Gaara's neck when the boy decided it was enough and, with some troubles overcoming the restraint, clapped his hands together. Shikamaru kept his eyes glued on the boy, trying to anticipate his next move and keeping an eye for an attack. He suppressed the urge to wipe off all the sweat from his forehead. Before Shikamaru's very eyes, Gaara flared his chakra and shot upwards when a pillar of earth rose from the ground, stretching the shadow binding him. The Konoha genin desperately tried to sustain the technique. In the next moment, the pillar collapsed into a heap of wet soil, but Gaara did not fall on the ground, causing Shikamaru to glance upwards and stare in disbelief. In maybe 5-meter height, Gaara floated on a small cloud of sand, looking at him with a contemplative stare. All this time, I really had no chance. He was just toying with me, troublesome. Shikamaru mentally groaned and outwardly sighed. There was only one thing he wanted to try left. Putting his hands together in a hand seal, he concentrated on his shadow. This was the first time he was about to use this in an actual fight. The shadow around his body moved in a circle and, after a short pause, suddenly rose from the ground and pointed upwards, like a set of small arrows. On his cloud of sand, Gaara narrowed his eyes. The shadow no longer appeared to be immaterial. With more sweat pouring out of his glands, Shikamaru pushed his chakra for the last time. Shadow Arrows Jutsu. The black matter pointing to the skies shot from the ground and flew towards Gaara, who finally cracked a smile, even though quite scary one. His sand automatically rose in front of him in an attempt to shield his body. A few moments later, a few tiny droplets of blood fell on the ground and the audience gulped when a blood-curdling scream echoed within the arena. Shikamaru, really exhausted, just smiled. It's no use trying to hide from a shadow projectiles behind a shield that throws another shadow. Simply put, where there's a shadow, my arrows can travel across it and hit the victim. Unless you get rid of its shadow, a barrier is useless. Though, those arrows were only the size of needles. He then turned towards the proctor with his hand raised. And that's it. I give up. I have no chakra left. He stated and almost fell on his butt, tired as hell. He was blown away and painfully hit the wall of the arena when another scream reverberated through the whole place and a blast of sand shot to all sides from the Suna genin. The boy howled once more before finally calming down, only to Hayate, Enko and Ibiki appear next to him, prepared to subdue him, in case he would attempt to fight. Gaara panted and his sand quickly covered his blood-stained hands, gently wiping it off and almost making him fall on his knees. With one hand, he gripped his head and sent a glare at Shikamaru, who was only slowly getting back up. Hey, that was a good technique, you almost awakened mother, Gaara muttered quietly, causing the trio of Tokubetsu Jonin to exchange tense looks. Shikamaru shuddered and watched as the proctors told something to the Suna genin before allowing him to return to the participants' stand with a grimace. I think my reluctance to fight and my small chakra reserves just saved me from big trouble. Yeah, laziness rules, he thought when he realized his hands were shaking a little and gratefully allowed the medics to take him to the room for the injured. Ellipsis. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like your attention, please. Hayate loudly exclaimed towards the audience and waited until there was at least a bearable noise. The first 5 matches, thus the first round, of the final part of the Chunin exams have now ended. Until we continue with the second round, there will be a short break to let the winners catch their breaths and for you to freshen yourselves. The second round begins in 40 minutes. Ellipsis. The Hokage, Tsuchikage and the Kazekage were currently in the middle of a heated conversation about the matches they had witnessed. The Konoha leader took the pipe out of his mouth. I think we agree then. Neither Tenten nor Kurobaki Kamizuru are suited for a Chunin. In Tenten's case she clearly showed some good skills, but she needs to show more in her next match. He expectantly glanced at the other 2 Kage. Albeit looking a bit peeved at what his genin showed, Tsuchikage nodded in agreement. On the other hand, Kazekage stared at them without blinking. Am I really the only one who thinks the girl clearly handled the match as a Chunin? She showed great skill at handling multiple kinds of weapon, some of them really hard to expertly utilize. Though she displayed only few taijutsu skills, they were definitely not something an ordinary genin could withstand, as the strength of her blows were quite high. Moreover, her quick thinking saved her from losing the match, hence her quick reflexes, and the strategy she used at the end was simple but perfectly effective. I vote for her promotion, he stated in a surprised tone, obviously disagreeing with the other 2 Kage. It made the Hokage to rethink his statement and, after a minute of silence, he nodded to the man. Point taken, Kazekage. You are right. When you say it like that, it appears I have downplayed her match a little. I want to see her next match first before making a final decision, but she's getting there," he replied and cleared his throat. Hinata Hyuga is clearly not suited for the Chunin title. Naruto Uzumaki. He seemed to defeat her quite effortlessly, so we need him to show more of his skills. But I think he possesses some of the qualities needed in Chunin. Well, at least his speech was moving and rather convincing. Something a good Chunin needs to able to do. He continued and was once again met with a nod from the Tsuchikage as the man added another emotion to the mix. This time, it was a curious glance in the blonde's direction. And once again, Kazekage had more to say. "If I may, I agree with Hinata Hyuga. It is obvious the girl needs to rethink her goals. Uzumaki Naruto is right. It took me only a minute to see it. She is clearly not meant to be a fighter but a support. Becoming a medical nin is, without a doubt, the best direction her kunoichi career can go towards. About Uzumaki Naruto, I too want to see more of his skills, mainly his ability to think on foot, because this match had been obviously planned days before. That, however, doesn't make it less clever. It was a crude plan, but an effective one. He easily dismantled her fighting spirit, only to put it back a moment later. I find myself curious at the fact he stopped the gentle fist without seemingly no repercussions, too. All in all, he's an interesting brat, and if he does in his second match well, I see no problem with promoting him." The Hokage had to blink to get over his surprise. In the span of a few minutes, he had heard the Kazekage utter more words than the man did since coming to Konoha. He silently acknowledged his words and shifted the conversation to the rest of the matches. Shino Aburame and Sasuke Uchiha both showed some calm strategies and good planning, Shino Aburame maybe even more so. On the other hand, Sasuke Uchiha showed better skills. I will hold out on promoting Shino Aburame for now, but if he shows potential I will appoint him Chunin myself. In Sasuke Uchiha's case, we will wait how he'll present himself in his next match. This time, both Kage nodded without any odd reaction, which, in turn, surprisingly came from the Kazecage's bodyguards. They stiffened a bit at Sasuke's name but otherwise remained stationary. Neji Hyuga and Rock Lee. Both of them incredibly strong for a genin. I think Neji Hyuga would be suited for a Chunin, however, he needs to show a different outlook on life. Right now, he wouldn't be a good team leader. Rock Lee is eccentric, just like his teacher. For now, I vote no for his promotion. Behind the veil, the Kazekage rubbed his chin. I will wait till the next match with Rock Lee, as I want to see what he'll do about the after effects of using the Celestial Gates, but in Neji Hyuga's case, I vote for his promotion. He seems to be very mature for a kid his age. His outlook on life can be overlooked. Most shinobi have their quirks. The Hokage nodded. Very well, I'll think it over and may reconsider my opinion. Tsuchikage. The short Kage shrugged. I don't want to see Konoha getting stronger, so I say no for both of them. From behind, the Hokage Genma leaned forward again, but this time the Hokage stopped him from even opening his mouth. He smiled at the Tsuchikage instead. I take it as a compliment. Now, the last match, Gaara vs Shikamaru Nara. Shikamaru Nara is just as lazy but also just as ingenious as his father. I think he would make a good Chunin. He showed us his skills, which are satisfactory, and most of all, he thinks mature. He doesn't fight to win no matter the cost and rather forfeits the match when he knows he has no chance. That is admirable. About your son, Kazekage, he is very strong, but I have some doubts about his mental stability, if you pardon my rude words. The Kazekage stared at him, perplexed. Really, sometimes I think I have watched different fights than you did. In my opinion, Shikamaru Nara did nothing out of the ordinary. While he appears to be responsible, level-headed and smart, his lazy attitude and unwillingness to participate makes me wonder what this brat is doing in these exams. I agree that not many genin his age would rather simply forfeit the match than trying to win at all costs, and the outlook on the fight, using all strategies available to him, is mature. However, I think he lacks something to be a proper Chunin. About my son, there is no need to apologize. He has a unique set of circumstances which caused his mind to become clouded with anger and violence. Despite that, I don't think his thirst for blood is a bad thing for a job of shinobi, where you are sometimes forced to do rather necessary things for a successful mission. I do not mind making him a chunin for now, but I vote for the opposite. I am still his father and I do hope he can change. It is, after all, thanks to him I'm still alive. ... As the break slowly drew to a close, two men appeared above the Hokage's monument, where Jiraiya had been barely an hour before, their gazes directed towards the arena. This will be rough. The first man scratched the pale green skin on his face and turned to the other one. We both have our own personal objectives here, so the one from him can be overlooked for now. Either way, it would be foolish to try that with Jiraiya-san around him. Remember that well, and if you can, avoid confronting him. He is not a Sannin just for the show. The second man said in a calm tone. Their cloaks fluttered in a cold breeze blowing around them as their words scattered in the air. Their long, dark cloaks with red clouds.